Forsaken, Book 1 of the Shadow Cove Saga, written by J.D. Barker, narrated by Christina Delane. Prologue.
Directory assistants, how may I help you?
Rachel peered down the hallway from the kitchen. She could see light peeking out from under the door to her husband's office. He had been locked in there for hours. She cupped her hand over the receiver and spoke in a low voice. "I'm trying to find the number for a store in Maine. It's like an antique shop, but different. It's hard to explain. Imagine a garage sale, but in a store, like a thrift shop. I think it's called Needful Things."
What city?
Rachel had tried to remember. For days she had tried to recall the sleepy little town, but it was just beyond reach, teasing her mind with slivers of recollection, then drifting back into the abyss. "Castle something," she said. "Castle Cliff, Castle Point, Castle something."
Castle Rock?
Rachel frowned. "I don't know. That might be it." She heard the woman typing. Over the years, Rachel had searched the internet more times than she could count, but she wasn't able to locate it.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not finding anything called Needful Things in Castle Rock. Nothing at all in Maine, actually. Maybe you have the wrong name? Or maybe they've closed?"
Rachel hung up the phone without bothering to respond. It wasn't closed. She doubted a store like that ever closed. It just learned to hide. A witch is a magician who either by open or secret league, wittingly and unwittingly contenteth to use the aid and assistance of the devil in the working of wonders or misery to those about, both friend and enemy alike. William Perkins, A Discourse on the Damned Art of Witchcraft, 1608. I woke with a start, knowing the light of morning was still hours away. I had seen her face, heard her voice. "Help me," she had pleaded. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Day 1, Charleston, South Carolina. Chapter 1. Day 1, 1:13 a.m. The chill of night bit at her skin as a wintry howl moaned through naked branches just beyond her window. Rachel pulled the sheets up tight around her neck and slipped over to her husband's side of the bed, searching for the warmth of his body. He wasn't there, though. She found herself alone. "Thad?" she breathed. With the fury of the night's storm behind it, the dark room whispered back at her, a hard, bitter whisper filled with the hollow tone of a place devoid of life, void of the safety that came with knowing a loved one was close. Rachel watched as her breath hung in the frigid air, a white mist gobbled up by the surrounding darkness. She watched as it disappeared, replaced with her next. Has the heater broken? She wondered. They had grown accustomed to such problems living in an older house, although the heater had never failed them before. Outside, the wind kicked up, each bellow somewhat louder than the last, as if locked in some strange contest of strength, unwilling to be outdone by one another. The thick branches of the oak surrounding their modest home leaned in, scraping against the walls and roof. Rachel rose from the bed, the child within her kicking in protest at the sudden movement. There, sweetie," she said. "We're just going for a little walk." She reached for the silk robe she had draped over her dressing-table chair the night before. It offered little warmth against the icy chill of the air around her. Reaching for the wall, her fingers fumbled across the smooth surface until catching the light switch. She flicked it on, but nothing happened. The power must have gone out, she told herself. "Thad? Where are you, honey?" she said, this time louder than the first, but not loud enough to wake Ashley, who was no doubt snug and still curled up under her Winnie-the-Pooh comforter in her room at the end of the hall. With the wall as her guide, Rachel worked her way down the hallway, pausing at her husband's office. Why is the door open? He always closes it. She had expected to find him, but even before her eyes adjusted to the thick darkness, she knew the room was empty. His most recent manuscript, now only half completed, stood beside the monitor of his computer. A stack of blank paper nearly as tall was piled at its side, awaiting words so it could graduate to the other. Beside them both was the antique journal in which he kept the notes for all his projects. She had found the old book for him a decade earlier in a small oceanside town, a relic of the past. Once belonging to the town scribe of some long-forgotten place, its cover was the softest of leathers, bound with thin wire. Rachel frowned. It wasn't like him to leave the journal out like this. In fact, he rarely let it out of his sight, even for a short moment. Rachel had grown to think of it as his security blanket, his refuge from the world around him. He would spend hours at a time lost within its pages, his pen scribbling away, or sometimes just reading the faded ink of entries written long ago. Within those pages, he had found the fragments that had become his first bestseller. And now, 9 novels later, his name topped the New York Times bestsellers list again. As of yesterday, he was number 1 for the 4th week in a row. Rachel knew his latest story had come from that journal, just like the others before. From somewhere between its covers was the idea that had led to what the Chicago Tribune had called a masterpiece of nail-biting terror. Diary is a chilling glimpse into the mind of a madman 863 pages deep. He had shrugged off the write-up, not even bothering to finish reading the article. Instead, he had gone back to his office and lost himself in his current project, the journal at his side, the clicking of his keyboard shattering the stillness throughout the otherwise silent house. It was a drug to him. It truly was. Clickety, click, click, click. Rachel could hear the echo even now. Clickety, click, click. Thad, she uttered again, already knowing he was nowhere near. He never left it alone. Never. This started with that journal. It will end with that journal, that cursed antique. The thought came into her mind as any other, seemingly fresh, although she knew in her heart it had been there for some time. Only now did she have the courage to face the truth. She never wanted to hurt him, not intentionally, but she had. She knew she had. She had hurt him in ways she couldn't even begin to explain. Their lives were perfect, a fairy tale. She knew the truth, though, and it burned at her. Their perfect life hadn't been earned. It had been a trade, and the deal was concluding much too soon. A deal she had made without him. Rachel reached in and snatched the journal up without so much as a second thought, clutching it tightly against her chest. Tonight it would end. She would make things right. The air grew colder as she descended the stairs, carefully taking each step in the thick darkness, her bare feet shuffling across the cold wooden steps. She came to the first landing and fell still when she heard something. Her name crawling to her on the tail of the wind, a garbled voice, a snake's hiss. It had come from somewhere below. Rachel! The voice scratched at her. What are you doing, Rachel? A tingle raced across her spine, and she pulled her robe tight at her neck, a feeble attempt to keep the frigid tendrils of cold air from slipping across her skin. She grasped the journal tighter still, her knuckles turning white.
"We had a deal, Rachel."
She wanted to answer, to shout out, to tell it she wasn't afraid. But when she opened her mouth, her voice had abandoned her. Only the slightest breath escaped her dry lips. As she found her way down the remaining steps, the journal began to grow warm in her hands. It became hot, but she wouldn't let go. She couldn't. Without warning or the touch of a match, the fireplace at the far end of the living room came to life. Angry flames reached halfway across the room, then pulled back with a violent roar, wrapping snugly around the few charred logs remaining from the previous night.
"A deal, Rachel."
At first, Rachel shielded her eyes from the bright light, but then forced herself to look, to stare into the searing red flames lapping greedily at the dark. She stared until her vision began to fill with tears, to burn, to pain her almost to the point of screaming. She deserved to hurt. She deserved to hurt for all she had done. The spiral wire of the journal's binding cut at her hands as her grip tightened. Rachel found herself approaching the fireplace, her eyes lost in the dancing flames. His last book had come from the journal. His last. She would make this right. With a deep breath, Rachel threw it to the flames, flinching as they reached out, snatching it from the air. A searing heat flooded the room. The eager fire licked at the leather binding, reaching around the journal with the hungry tongue of an unfed child, engulfing the pages within a muddled chaos of orange and red. The logs crackled and popped with excitement. Smoke bellowed forth, thick and dark, choking the surrounding air. Then it was gone. The hearth fell silent, filled only with the cold cinders of yesterday's burn. She looked to her hands. Rachel found herself still holding the journal, her grasp so tight that a trickle of blood had begun to drip from where the wire binding had cut into her palm.
"I want what's mine,"
a woman's voice hissed from behind her. Rachel turned to face her, the added weight of her unborn child causing her to stumble in the darkness. She grasped an end table to steady herself as her eyes found the form lurking among the shadows in the far corner of the room. The woman stepped back, slipping deeper into the dark. Rachel had no need to see her. She had seen her twice before, 2 times more than she wished she ever had. The room had grown colder, filled with a numbing chill. Rachel tightened her robe, but it did little good.
"I want what's mine,"
the woman repeated, this time louder, angrier. Her face edged into the moonlight for one brief second, and Rachel found herself wanting so desperately to turn away from the hideous creature in the far corner, to turn away and forget what she had come down here to do, to forget it all. But she could not. She only stood still, shuddering as the voice crept up her spine. The woman sank back further, as if pained by the thin moonlight, retreating into the welcoming gloom. Long white fingernails protruded from her interlaced bony fingers. They made a clicking noise as she tapped them against each other at a nervous pitch. A drop of saliva fell from her lips. It burned with a hiss as it touched the polished wood floor. I can't do it," Rachel stammered. "I can't." The woman mumbled the angry words of a long-forgotten language, her coarse throat gritting each syllable as she spat it out. She uttered the last 6 words in quick succession.
"The choice is no longer yours."
Rachel flinched as the journal dug deeper into her skin. She tried to drop it, but found herself unable to let go.
3 days,
the woman told her.
and the child is mine.
Moonlight crept deeper into the room, and the woman seemed to sink further into the corner, disappearing altogether in the night's grasp. The fingernails remained, though, their wicked noise. Clickety, click, click, click. It grew louder with each passing second. Clickety, click, click. Much like her husband's typing. A sudden pain filled her abdomen, and Rachel buckled over, grabbing the edge of the doorframe. A loud moan escaped her lips. She felt herself falling. The journal fell from her grip, quickly lost in the darkness beneath her.
I want what's mine.
No, she cried out, her voice lost in the surrounding ocean of murky black. Rachel? Are you okay? Short of breath, Rachel sat up in bed with a start, covered in sweat. Did the baby kick again? Disoriented, Rachel glanced around, her bedroom coming into focus through tear-filled eyes. She was downstairs. She was in the living room. The journal. She had to find the journal. Oh, God, you're bleeding. What? Rachel breathed. Your hand. It's bleeding. Don't move. Thad jumped from the bed and bolted to the bathroom, returning with a moistened towel. It was a dream. It had all been a dream. Here, Thad said. Let me see. He took her hand and began wiping away at the blood. What did you do? I don't know, she muttered. Is it bad? Thad shook his head. I don't think so. I think it's already stopped. There was just so much blood. Until now, she had fought the urge to look. In the dimly lit room, she raised her hand to the thin beam of moonlight trickling in from the window. She forced herself to examine the small red marks spanning her palm from top to bottom, the trail leading from the base of her hand up through to her index finger, pink and swollen. The pain came, and she winced. It's like a bunch of paper cuts, Thad stated, examining her wound in the light. I'll see if I can find something to wrap it in. Is the first aid kit still in the kitchen? Rachel nodded her head. In the drawer next to the fridge. Thad disappeared through the bedroom door, heading for the stairs. From within her came the dull ache of the baby's kick. It had been kicking a lot lately. She wasn't the only one getting little rest tonight. She reached for the sore spot, carefully massaging her belly just as the baby kicked again, this time even harder than before. Shh, she told her child. Rest now. You'll be getting out soon enough. Outside, lightning flickered across the night sky. The gnarled hands of an ancient oak crept over the walls, a crazed shadow reaching with desperation into the room. The clock beside the bed read 5:13 a.m. It would be morning soon. Rachel wanted it to be morning. She wanted that more than anything right now. But even as the clock changed to 5:14 a.m., the night seemed to close in tighter. Her hand was throbbing now, and in the back of her mind she still felt the cold metal binder of her husband's journal biting at her. She still heard the strange clicking fingernails of the woman who had invaded her dream. Rachel's heart pounded heavily within her chest. 3 days, the woman had said. 3 days. Her good hand wrapped around her unborn child. Thad came back into the room, wanting nothing more than to just help her, a silly grin across his face. Okay, let the doctor work. You're so sweet, she said. You don't remember how you did this. She shook her head. Maybe I got up in the middle of the night and cut it on something, trying to steady myself. I've been so clumsy. I keep tripping over my own feet. My balance is all off. I feel like a giant weeble. You look wonderful, he said, kissing her neck. I didn't mean to wake you. He sighed. I was already up. Tomorrow's trip, the book, the chance at another movie. My mind won't shut down long enough to sleep. If this deal plays out the way Dell says it will, we'll be set. The numbers he's throwing around are ridiculous, he told her while dabbing at her hand with an alcohol-soaked ball of cotton. We can sell this place and upgrade. It's time, right? A mansion in L.A., maybe an old Victorian on the cliffs of Maine overlooking the ocean, maybe both. Whatever we want, wherever we want. No limits. Setting the cotton aside, he picked up a roll of gauze and began wrapping it around her hand. Nothing but the best schools for Ashley and the baby, he went on. When we first met, I told you I'd give you the world. Now it's all ours, prime for the taking. She forced a smile. I'm so proud of you. Cutting the gauze, he taped the end and held her hand up to his lips, gently kissing it. I couldn't have done any of it without you. Chapter 2, Day 1, 5:30 a.m. Carver stepped from his van into the thick rain and lifted his gaze to the cloud-filled dawn. My, oh my, what a wonderful day, he exclaimed quietly, shielding his eyes. What a wonderful day indeed. He had driven straight from Maine, and his tired old frame was aching to stretch. The McAllister house stood in silence before him, dark and lost behind the weather. Only the light of one second-floor window crept out across the dissipating night. Good morning, McAllisters, he smiled. Reaching back into the van, he pulled out a small glass jar and garden shovel from the side compartment before quietly closing the door and locking it in place. Carver glanced both directions down the winding road. When satisfied he was alone, he crossed their lawn with a shuffle, favoring his bad leg. He reached the old oak and ran his hands over the thick bark. You are a tired soul, aren't you? Hundreds of years under that belt of yours. Carver knelt at the base of the tree and dug a hole about 6 inches wide and 12 deep, then reached for the jar at his side. He removed the lid and poured out the contents. Iko azarak, Iko zomelak, Iko cernunos, Iko aradia, Zadru kaz izadru. The white powder glowed for a brief second before it absorbed into the earth. Carver replaced the soil, rose to his feet, and wiped his hands on his jeans. Keep her safe, my little friends, he said, and ambled back to his van. He eased into the driver's seat, tossed the empty jar and shovel into the rear, and picked up his phone, pressing the speed dial button. The line rang twice before a woman picked up. Is it done? She asked. You bet, Carver told her. He disconnected the call, started the van, and drove off into the morning gloom, whistling quietly to himself. Chapter 3, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. The day began dark. Thick gray clouds rumbled low in the sky. The air was heavy and quiet. The stillness nipped at my bones, creating an ache from deep within. Pulling the collar of my coat tight around my neck, I quickly shuffled across the cobblestone square to the church. Its doors were open to the morning, yet darkness swelled inside. Thoughts of returning home entered my mind. I missed the warmth of my bed. I am not denying that such thoughts came to me, but I did not return. Instead, I crossed the square to the chapel's mouth, pausing at the font. The holy water was icy against my skin.
"We expected you earlier,"
a voice grumbled to my right. I turned and studied the figure in the dim light. "Your Magistrate," I said with a slight bow. "The hour is young enough for the likes of me."
"Sleep eluded me, I'm afraid. Thoughts of today's trial weigh far too heavy on my mind,"
he replied.
"Come, I'll show you to your seat."
My eyes adjusted to the light as we walked through a dark corridor and entered the nave. He pointed me to a small table to the left of a desk that had been placed beside the pulpit for the magistrate.
"We will begin shortly. Please make yourself comfortable."
The gallery filled quickly. Faces known to me all my life entered in nervous silence, finding seats beside loved ones and neighbors. I nodded hellos to those who passed, while noting their names in the official log. When the magistrate re-entered the room, he was wearing his wig and robe. The town elders followed, each taking their seats at the high altar. Together, we then waited for her to arrive as the morning fog burned away. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 4. Day 1, 7 a.m.
"Why can't you stay home, Daddy? I don't want you to leave,"
Ashley pouted, scooping up a spoonful of soggy Lucky Charms and leaving a prominent trail of milk on the kitchen table.
"And it's Sunday. You are not allowed to go anywhere on Sunday. That's the rule."
Thad had made a point of getting up early this morning, as he did every Sunday. Sunday was Father-Daughter Day in the McAllister household, a tradition he cherished deep in his heart. At 8 years old, she was growing up so fast. He wanted to preserve each moment, capturing them in a jar he could open years from now to relive. They had a little game. Every Sunday, the last one out of bed made breakfast for the other, always a bowl of cereal, Lucky Charms being his daughter's current entree of choice. The winner would get to choose the activity for the day. Reading, playing a game, or watching TV, it didn't matter, only that they did it together. He had grown up without the love of his parents. He never wanted his daughter to know the emptiness he carried inside. She simply meant too much to him. Thad had gotten up a little after 6, not that he was able to sleep after Rachel's nightmare last night, and quietly made his way downstairs like a child on Christmas morning. He tiptoed past his daughter's door, pausing to take a wide step over the 3rd stair, which always creaked, before descending down the remainder to the 1st floor. He found Ashley wide awake and planted at the kitchen table, browsing through the comics like an investor might hover over yesterday's market activity. Her face grew brighter still at the sight of him. He couldn't help but smile back, his little angel. "I beat you again," she had said with a laugh. "I beat you again, sleepyhead." Thad didn't remember the last time he had actually won their little game. Sometimes he wondered if she slept at all. Last night, when he had told her he had to go to New York, she hadn't taken the news well, and he considered backing out of the trip before dismissing the thought. He had too much riding on it. With the new book came a new contract, and most likely a film deal, his 3rd, if this one panned out. It was a turning point in his career, one that would surely seal his place among some of the best writers in the business. Sure, the money was great, but to be thought of on the same level as Stephen King, Dean Koontz, or Jack Stevenson, that's what he had always wanted. The new contract spanned 5 books. He already had 3 written, a fact he had carefully omitted while speaking to Del Thomas, his agent. He had learned early on to keep him wondering when, and if, the next book would come. He then worked the one he had in his hands as his last, squeezing every drop of blood from the project. 3 finished books with any agent might make them soft. Thad wanted him at his best, 110%, as Coach Johnson used to say back in his high school football days. Every game's the Super Bowl, damn it. Play to win or warm the bench. Del Thomas did not warm the bench. He had scored some of the most lucrative deals in the industry over the past few years, but Thad didn't believe in letting others run his career. When Del had said he was going to be in New York to finalize the film rights, Thad had to be there, even on Sunday, not to step on anybody's toes, but to keep them on theirs. He had wanted to deliver the new book in person anyway. He didn't trust email or the post office. To date, he hadn't allowed anyone to read this one, not a single page. Not Del, not his wife, and certainly not his publisher. But not because the novel was not ready to be read. No, that wasn't it at all. The story was too disturbing to be read. In all of his years as a writer, Thad had never found himself reluctant to share something he had worked so hard to complete. Even now, as the finished manuscript rested comfortably in his briefcase, he couldn't help but consider replacing the tome with one of the other 3 he had on standby. Who would know? He would. He would know. This book deserved to be published. No, needed to be published. The book was filled with his sweat, his time, his life, his fears. His fears. What an understatement. The lead character represented what he feared most, what crept through the darkest corners of his mind, the crispy little voice he heard when alone, the bump in so many sleepless nights. He had to publish this one, put it behind him. How else could he possibly move on with his life? He had written many stories in the past, but no other had frightened him so. Only her story kept him up at night.
"If you stay, I'll clean my room."
Ashley interrupted his thoughts, her big blue eyes staring up at him.
"I promise I will."
She had milk trickling down her chin, and Thad couldn't help but laugh. "I wouldn't tell your mother. She seems to be under the impression you're supposed to clean your room anyway," Thad said, running his hand through her soft blonde hair. "I'd stay home if I could, sweetheart, but some very important people want to talk to me about making a movie out of one of my books. You like movies, right?" She nodded. "I'll make it up to you, I promise," he told her. "What do you have planned for your daddy-free day?" Ashley shrugged her little shoulders.
"I wanted to go to the zoo, but Zeke thinks it's gonna rain."
"Oh, he does he?"
She nodded. "The zoo is no fun in the rain. All the animals hide, and the smells are really bad."
Zeke was his daughter's invisible friend. From the start, Rachel had discouraged their daughter from talking to or about Zeke at every opportunity, but Thad had always been a firm believer in invisible friends. God knew he had had his share growing up. He saw Zeke as nothing more than a way for her to express her emotions through a redirected source, a definition he had proudly stumbled upon in one of his many pop psychology books. Imaginary friends were healthy and normal, the same book told him. Rachel felt otherwise, but had kept it to herself, hoping Ashley would grow out of this phase, sooner rather than later, Thad imagined. Thad also had a sneaking suspicion Rachel was more upset over the fact their daughter's little friend was a boy instead of a girl. He had told her once this too was common, same library, different book, but she didn't want to hear it. "So how's old Zeke doing these days?" Thad asked her.
I wouldn't know, she replied in her big girl voice. We're not speaking today.
But he told you about the rain today.
I'm not speaking to him, she said with a frown.
And why's that?
Because he was being mean last night. He was making all kinds of noise and wouldn't let me sleep, she said. It was all very rude, if you ask me.
Thad chuckled. Why wouldn't Zeke want you to sleep?
Ashley frowned. I don't know. Maybe he was scared of the thunder and didn't want to be alone.
That was quite a storm last night.
She nodded.
Lots of thunder and lightning.
She nodded again.
The wind howled, too. It sounded like an old dog. Thad hopped off his chair and padded over to her on all fours. He moaned. Ashley, why don't you let your father out? I think he has to go, Rachel said as she waddled into the kitchen, her hand wrapped around her round tummy, her eyes on the coffee she couldn't have. Ashley giggled.
I'm in charge of Buster. Daddy belongs to you.
Want to trade? Rachel replied, pretending to scratch Thad behind the ear. Buster came bouncing into the room and went straight for Thad, slobbering all over his face. It wasn't often they were on the same level, and he didn't seem willing to pass up the opportunity.
Buster, stop!
Thad cried, trying to turn away. That's gross.
He loves you.
Ashley clapped her hands. Come on, Buster. You want to go outside? Rachel asked. Buster's tail excitedly flapped back and forth as he scrambled to the back door, his nails clicking loudly on the wood floor. Come on, Buster, Rachel repeated, reaching for the lock. The heavy door squeaked on its hinges. A rush of damp air filled the kitchen. Damp air and... Buster came to a stop at the opening and tensed. A soft whimper escaped his throat. His tail dropped between his legs, and he slowly backed away.
Buster, what's wrong? Ashley asked him.
The dog fell silent.
Thad, come here. Look at this,
Rachel said, staring outside. Thad rose to a stand and made his way over to the door. His wife's hand found his as he reached her side.
What happened?
Thad stepped out. His wife reluctantly released him from her grip, remaining just inside the threshold. Their entire lawn was dead. Every single strand of grass. His stomach twisted as the scent crept into his lungs. Not only dead, their lawn was rotten.
Could it have been the cold?
Rachel asked him. Thad shook his head. I don't think we dropped below 50 last night. Cold can't do this. Not overnight, at least, he told her.
Look over there.
She pointed at the Nelsons' house. Thad noticed, too. Their lawn was dead, and only their lawn. The Nelsons, the Garganos, and the Barstokes beyond them, all were untouched. Only theirs. Not just the lawn, either. The large oak which had towered over their home for years was dark and bare, leaves dry and brown, lying lifeless at its base. Thad didn't need to inspect the tree up close to know the branches were brittle with death. He could smell the rot from here.
What happened, Daddy? Ashley said.
Why don't you wait inside, honey? He asked, his eyes following the strange line of death, which seemed to end directly at their property's edge. I'll be right in. He shook his head. I watered yesterday. Everything looked damn near perfect. I don't get it, he mumbled.
Maybe you should come back inside, Rachel said.
Give me a minute.
What if it's some kind of poison? She asked him. I don't want you to get sick.
I don't think. Thad's voice trailed off as he knelt down and ran his hand through a pile of dirt. He saw another to his left, and another a few feet beyond the first. As he scanned the lawn, he realized they were everywhere. They smelled of rot and decay.
Thad, please.
He finally stood and made his way back to the door, carefully stepping over the strange piles. Maybe call Jeff? I think we should have him come out and take a look.
He'll blame us, she replied. Remember when I planted those lilacs on the west side of the house instead of the east? I got a 3-hour lecture on the effects of evening sunlight.
Thad shrugged. It's his job, Rachel. Maybe he can figure out what happened. Try to keep Ashley and Buster out of the yard until we know everything is safe.
What about when he needs to use the bathroom?
Toilet training for Buster,
Ashley sang.
He gestured to the newspaper. Remember when he was a puppy?
She frowned. Oh, boy. This is going to be a fun day.
Mommy, you teach him to get up on this seat, and I'll show him how to flush,
Ashley suggested.
See? She's got a plan.
A horn beeped outside, and Thad glanced down at his watch.
Crap, my cab's here. Are you okay dealing with this?
She nodded, wrapping her arms around him. I'll figure something out.
Thad gave her a peck on the cheek and rubbed her belly. How's he doing?
She's doing fine, his wife retorted, kicking like a champ.
I hate leaving like this, but this is a huge opportunity for both of us, Thad said.
Did you pack your meds? She asked.
I haven't needed them for months. I'm fine, he snapped.
She squeezed his arm. I'll feel better knowing you have it with you, just in case. Do you?
His eyes met hers and held them. In my bag. I have an appointment next week with Dr. Horton, and I'm going to ask him to take me off. I don't need it anymore, and it keeps me from writing. Shuts off the creativity like a breaker switch. I don't think I ever needed to be on that stuff.
I only want you to be okay.
He gave her a gentle hug. I'm fine. I'm more worried about you. Promise you'll play nice with Carmen. She sighed.
Ah, yes, Carmen. They had been searching for a live-in housekeeper for months without success. Thad had lost count of the various candidates who had passed through their front door. Even with the help of an agency, finding someone with the right amount of experience and skill was tough. Personality clashes and language barriers further complicated the task.
How do you trust a stranger to take care of your family?
Carmen Perez had a spotless resume and an extensive list of references, perhaps the best of the bunch. But unfortunately, Ashley had not taken to her, and she made Rachel uneasy, even though she had been with them for nearly 3 weeks now. Thad ran his hand through his wife's hair.
I don't want the two of you to be alone, not with the baby this close. Deal with her for a few more days. I've got the agency working on a replacement.
Rachel nodded. I'm not sure what specifically bothers me about her. Something just feels off.
He kissed her forehead. We'll find someone, I promise. Don't run her off until I get back. I'll sleep better knowing you have her here.
No need to worry, Daddy. I'll take excellent care of her,
Ashley told him, hugging his leg. Thad lifted her off the ground.
You do that, pumpkin. I love you both, lots and lots. Twirling her around twice, he placed her back in her chair. I hope you work things out with Zeke, he said softly at her ear. I hate when you kids fight. Rachel frowned. "Come on, Thad." The horn beeped again with an impatient double tap. "I've got to go." Scooping up his briefcase and overnight bag, Thad headed for the door. "I'll call you tonight from the city. I want to hear how things went at the doctor." "Bye, honey. I love you," Rachel told him. Within her belly, the baby kicked. A stale scent crept past her from outside as Thad raced toward the awaiting taxi. Buster whimpered, eyeing the yard nervously. Chapter 5. Day 1, 11 a.m. Rachel pulled the thin gown tight at her neck and shivered. Why does it always have to be so cold in here? She asked herself. Sitting on the aluminum table with nothing more than a flimsy paper covering didn't help much either. Rachel shifted a little to her left and let out a sigh. She had been waiting on the doctor for almost 20 minutes in the small examination room. It never took this long, and she had so much to do today. She reached for another pamphlet from the rack beside her and flipped through Your Normal Life with Herpes. It was almost as entertaining as the 3-month-old People magazine she had finished a few minutes ago. Rachel was grabbing at yet another pamphlet when Dr. Roskin poked his head through the door. "So, how's my favorite mother-to-be doing?" Her frustrations disappeared at the sight of him. She had grown quite accustomed to sudden mood changes over the past 8 months. She had known Dr. Edward Roskin for nearly 9 years and couldn't imagine someone else caring for her. He had delivered Ashley, and the moment she knew she was pregnant again, Rachel was certain he would be delivering this one, too. He was an odd-looking man, short and overweight, with pink rosy cheeks and a pudgy face. He reminded her of a mall Santa who had forgotten his fake beard and mustache back at the North Pole. His thin wire glasses never seemed to stay where he wanted them. Even now he was pushing them back up the bridge of his nose, only to repeat the process again a moment later when they slipped back down. "He's been kicking up a storm lately," Rachel exclaimed. Dr. Roskin grinned at her. "What makes you think you've got a boy?" "A girl," Rachel beamed. The doctor smiled. "My lips are sealed." He placed a stethoscope under her gown. Rachel tensed as the cold metal found her skin. "Now relax and breathe deeply," he told her. Rachel did as he asked. "Want to see what she looks like?" he asked. "She?" Roskin chuckled. "Or he." "You're worse than Thad," Rachel laughed. "How is Thad doing?" he asked her while tugging at the ultrasound, pulling the machine closer to the table. "He's good. He wanted to be here today, but had to go to New York again to wrap up a few things on the new book," Rachel said. The doctor let out a sigh. "Oh, boy. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the bookstore." Rachel laughed. "He's really proud of this one. Thinks it's his scariest one yet." "I'm still trying to get a good night's sleep after reading the last one. I can't bring myself to go down to my basement anymore, either. He spooked me with that ending. I make Liddy do all the dirty work down there." "Don't feel bad. I haven't been down in ours for about 3 months. He's got the whole floor stuffed full of props he stole from his last movie set. We've even got our very own coffin down there somewhere." "Now that's something no home should be without," Roskin pointed out, fumbling with his glasses. One of Dr. Roskin's nurses stepped into the room and nodded a hello, then opened Rachel's gown, exposing her belly. She applied a thin layer of jelly. The doctor went on. "What about you? Are you sleeping well?" Rachel nodded, even though it was a lie. She hadn't slept well in months. How did he know? Was there something in her eyes? "Are you eating well? No cravings for ice cream with a little motor oil or a nice jar of Vicks Vapor Rub with your morning toast? Rachel laughed. You're kidding, right? He shook his head. I had another patient in here the day before yesterday. She's on her 4th child and can't get enough of the stuff. Some expecting mothers tend to crave oil-based products every once in a while. It's fairly common. As you can imagine, not a very healthy dietary choice. Rachel turned to the nurse. He's not for real, is he? The nurse shrugged her shoulders, fighting back a smile. I kid you not, he told her. Nurse Corbin, can you please switch on the ultrasound? Dr. Roskin placed the sensor on her belly and gently moved the device around, staring at the monitor. The soft sound of a heartbeat filled the room. There he is, the doctor said. Or she, echoed the nurse. Rachel rolled her eyes. Oh, God. He began working the ultrasound around in slow, tight circles until a white object appeared. Rachel smiled at her baby. Looks good, the doctor said. 2 feet, 2 hands, all 12 toes. He's a little large for 36 weeks, but that's nothing to worry about. Just pump me full of drugs when he's ready to come out, and we'll all get along fine, Rachel stated. Not a fan of natural childbirth? He asked. Rachel shook her head. I got enough of that with the first one. This time, I don't even want to know what's going on down there. Hand me a healthy baby when this is all over, and I'll be fine. The doctor smiled. No reason we can't do that. Reaching back, he flicked off the ultrasound machine. Why don't you go ahead and get cleaned up and dressed? We'll set you up with some more vitamins and send you on your way. Nurse Corbin, mind giving Mrs. McAllister here a hand? Not at all, doctor, she replied, already wiping away the remaining jelly. Deep within Rachel's belly, the baby kicked. Chapter 6, 1692, The Journal of Clayton Stone. I heard the shackles before I saw her. So did the others, evidenced by the hush which filled the small church. As they led her into the room, all eyes fell upon her. She looked so small and frail, her tiny frame hunched over, her flowing dark hair draping her face, long enough to nearly reach her hands bound at her waist. Her clothing was tattered and torn, born of the jailer's filth. She had been imprisoned for 5 nights now, guarded at all hours by both armed men and men of faith, not only for fear of her, but also those who followed her. To this day they remained unknown, safely hidden among us, her faithful ready to free her at the first chance. Glancing around the small church, I imagine them here now, here in numbers. The hunt for her sisters proved to be ongoing. Some believed they had fled, somehow finding passage back to the old world. But something told me they were still close, unwilling to abandon their blood. I had been told not a word had escaped her lips since capture, even though the use of torture was suspect on each of her nights. She admitted to none of her crimes, nor had she denied. In fact, it is rumored that she had laughed at the magistrate throughout, unwilling to show even the slightest weakness. Now, as they led her to a bench at the front of the assembly, shackling her securely to the seat, I found it clear she walked with her head down not out of shame, but only because of the restraints. This proved true, for when the men finished binding her and stepped back, she raised her head and glared at the crowd from behind piercing blue eyes and the angelic smile of a teenage girl. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 7, Day 1, 3:27 p.m. Thad sometimes thought he missed the city, but those feelings seemed to disappear the moment he set foot back in New York. The moment he stepped off the plane, the smog and pollution crept into his lungs. It brought on a coughing fit, matched only by the older gentleman who had been sitting 3 rows behind him. 10 minutes later, his asthma began dropping hints that it may be time for a long-overdue comeback. Thad wanted nothing more than to crawl back onto the 737 and fly it home all by himself, if he had to. The overcrowded terminal did little to ease his tension. An overweight businessman almost knocked him over when reaching for his luggage on the conveyor belt, while an elderly woman took it upon herself to tell him of the city's fortunes.
"You must visit the Statue of Liberty while you're here," she said. "And the museums. You mustn't forget about the museums. They're world famous, you know. People come from all around."
Thad had politely dismissed her back at the terminal, but now she had somehow ended up back at his side while waiting for her bags.
"Do you have family here?" she asked him. "I have a son about your age. He lives in Philly now. Him and that hussy, Krista, or Christy. It's all the same to me. She told my boy she was on the pill, and wouldn't you know, 5 months later she's crying at our front door, telling me how my boy did this to her, and she needs a man in her life to help her raise the damn thing. Well, we raised our son good, George and I, so he knew what he had to do. George was one lucky fella. He wasn't around to see all this. He died back in '98. Cancer. From the asbestos in the buildings. He worked in construction."
When his bag came around, Thad scooped it up and nodded politely before briskly walking toward the taxi stands outside. Behind him, the old woman went on. Not until the thick glass doors closed automatically at his back did he finally escape her. The crowd surrounding the taxicabs pushed forward like one large snail across the earth. Thad found himself in a line more than 80 deep, moving with the group toward the awaiting cars with little sense of urgency. He tightened his grip on his briefcase and pressed forward, his mind attempting to monitor the wallet in his back pocket and the cell phone in his jacket, both of which were ripe targets for the many pickpockets who undoubtedly made a living on this sidewalk. 20 minutes later, he climbed into a cab with his bag in tow and instructed the driver to take him to the Four Seasons on the Upper East Side. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he pulled out his iPhone and pressed the power button, thankful for the couple of hours of call-free time he had been granted while aboard the flight from Charleston. No voicemails, no texts, yet another reason to give thanks. He paused for a moment, then dialed home. When he heard the steady tone of a busy signal, he disconnected the call and dropped the phone back in his pocket. That's odd. He couldn't recall the last time he had heard a busy signal. He'd try again later, maybe from a landline. He rested his briefcase on his lap and settled his hands on top. He could almost feel the manuscript inside, as if the stack of papers were somehow generating heat, a heartbeat. This was his greatest work. He had no doubts. This novel would define him. He would be remembered long after he was gone, thanks to this book. Each page had flowed from the last with no editing to speak of, no rewrites, no drafts. It just poured from him. There was no other way to describe it. Poured. He had watched the basket beside his laptop fill up like a glass of water under the tap, quick and steady without pause, until he laid down the final sheet bearing the last 2 words. With that, the nightmares had stopped. For almost a decade, she had haunted his dreams with her scarred face, guttural voice, and nails like long blades. Clickety, click, click, click. Even now, in the back of a cab bathed in daylight, the thought of that sound made his heart race. Clickety, click, click. The manuscript seemed to pulsate with heat. He would share her with the world. Her. He still couldn't bring himself to speak her true name aloud. Some might find that funny. He did not.
They pulled into the Four Seasons, and Thad glanced down at his watch. He would have just enough time for a quick shower before his dinner meeting with Dell and the production company on this day of days. Chapter 8. Day 1, 4:32 p.m. Rachel nodded worriedly, staring out across their dead lawn.
I can't put my finger on it,
Jeff Paskin said, scratching his head.
You say it was just like this when you got up this morning. No watering with chemicals or fertilizers from one of them depot stores?
Nope, Rachel said. I swear, Jeff, we didn't touch anything.
What about the sprinklers?
They've been running every other evening since you programmed them, she assured him. Kneeling down, he scooped up one of the mounds of dirt, sniffed, then dumped the soil in a glass masonry jar.
Smells like roadkill. Dirty.
Like dirt? Paskin shook his head.
Not like dirt. Like something else. Something filthy.
What do you think they are, those piles? Rachel asked. I don't see any holes. Where did it all come from?
Beats the hell out of me, he said. I've never seen anything like this.
Could the water be bad?
Doubtful, he replied. You've got city water. If that were contaminated, they'd be talking all over the news, boiling rules and whatnot. No, this is something different. Got to be some kind of poisoning, but I can't put my finger on the cause. You do anything to piss off the neighbors?
I hope you're kidding, Rachel frowned.
Yes, ma'am.
The wind kicked up, and Rachel wrapped her arms around herself, brushing off a shiver.
You'd better get back inside. It's a little chilly out here for a woman in your condition. I'll get to the bottom of this, he said, holding up the jar to the sun for a moment before sealing the contents inside with a metal cap. Meanwhile, I wouldn't walk barefoot out here or let your little one play outside. The dog neither. Not till we know what we're dealing with.
Rachel glanced at the large oak in the corner of the yard, branches now dry and bare. What about the tree? Can it be saved?
Don't know. Not yet, anyway, he told her. Once we get the soil sample back, we'll have a better idea. Don't hold your breath, though. That old lass looks pretty far gone, and if she ain't gonna live, we need to cut her down quick. A big tree like that can be dangerous once she goes. I've seen them topple right on over.
I can't believe this, Rachel told him. Everything was fine yesterday. Paskin threw the rest of his tools back into his truck and climbed into the cab, slamming the rusty door behind him.
Don't worry, Mrs. McAllister. I'll take good care of you. We'll find a way to fix this. You stay well now.
Rachel watched the old Ford pickup lumber down their long driveway and disappear down Border Road, heading in the direction of Dover. Behind her, Buster stood at the large picture window, his furry paws pressed against the glass, his tail wagging nervously at his back. I know how you feel, boy, she frowned. Chapter 9. 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. Reverend Deodat Lawson, a visiting preacher, delivered the opening prayer. I could not help but gaze upon those around me, their eyes down or closed, some watching her with hate and fear, few actually taking in the Reverend's words. When he concluded,
He asked the congregation to join him in a psalm. It was then that Abigail Williams interrupted.
"Now there is enough of that!"
She pointed to a rat which scurried across a beam high above them.
"Her familiar is here. I imagine the spirits of her sisters are here too. We must get on with it."
Around her, the afflicted and their loved ones rattled in agreement, their voices growing from a hush to that of an angered mob in mere moments.
"Enough!"
Constable Joseph Herrick shouted above them.
"Pray give me leave to go to prayer."
The girl breathed her first words since capture, bringing the congregation to silence. The court tried to ignore her request, but she insisted, this time facing the magistrate directly.
"We did not bring you here to go to prayer,"
Tauber replied,
"but to tell us why you hurt these children of God."
He gestured around the room, his bony finger landing on the afflicted, her accusers.
"I am an innocent person, as are my sisters. I have never had anything to do with witchcraft since I was born. I am a woman of gospel."
"Have you not witnessed their complaints?"
"The Lord open the eyes of the magistrate and minister," she commanded. "The Lord show his power to discover the guilty."
"If you would expect mercy from God,"
he told her,
"you must look for it in God's way, by confession."
"You are a righteous, educated man. You should not believe these persons."
Tauber was in no mood to have her advise him.
"Did you not say our eyes were blinded? You would open them?"
"You accuse the innocent. Your behavior is blindness indeed," she said.
"Yet they swear by their statements, these people of God."
She shrugged her shoulders.
"What can I do? Many rise up against me for no reason other than spite. Abigail herself has told others how she longed for beauty such as mine. Her jealousy is mindful whenever she gazes upon me."
"That is not true!"
Abigail shouted out.
"Clearly the magistrate believes so. His fingers searched my bare skin for marks of the devil with the pleasure of a man many years his younger."
She smiled up at him.
"Enough of this!"
he ordered with strength enough to send her back into her chair.
"Do not you believe witches are in this country?"
She smiled.
"I have not made their acquaintance."
He ordered her to stop biting her lip, for the afflicted were now suggestible to her every move, some clearly chewing their own lips.
"What harm is there in it?"
she asked. But if she clenched her hands, her alleged victims felt it and showed the bruises. If she slumped forward against the seat that served as a bar, they bore pain from that too. When she shifted her feet, the afflicted stamped thunderously like helpless puppets. Again, she smiled.
"She dares practice witchcraft in the congregation?"
Reverend Lawson proclaimed in amazement.
"Tighten her bounds and put an end to this,"
he ordered. I watched as Constable Herrick hurried over and tied her ankles to the chair legs and her wrists to the wooden arms. The rope was wrapped so tight her skin became pale. I feared for her, yet she seemed unfazed. Instead, the pain appeared to bring her strength. She glared out at the afflicted from behind those dark blue eyes, a hatred burning into them. It was clear they wanted to turn away, but simply did not. I also found myself unable to take my gaze from her, her image truly bewitching, intoxicating. Although he tried to hide such, Fear filled Tauber's face.
"Who is your god?"
he asked bluntly, knowing as well as anyone that witches worshipped Satan.
"The god who made me," she countered.
Although her hands were bound, she snapped her long nails against each other in such an incessant rhythm. I heard nothing else. Clickety, click, click. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 10. Day 1, 5 p.m.
"Hey, Del,"
Thad said, extending his hand across the table.
"Sorry we're late, Thad. Traffic in this city can be brutal this time of day, and our drivers seem to have a knack for picking the worst possible route to virtually every destination."
The heavy-set man told him with an apologetic look in his eyes. Nodding to his left, he said,
"I'd like you to meet Roger Bernstein. He's with Foundry Pictures."
"No worries," Thad told him. "I got here a few minutes ago." He gestured to the empty table. "Gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable." Del maneuvered his large frame into a chair and unbuttoned his dark gray coat.
"Bernstein here bugged the hell out of me for the past week to get to this table. Something about wanting first shot at making your latest stack of scribble into one of those moving pictures the kids are so fond of these days. What do you think? Should we hear him out?"
Thad had known Del Thomas for the better part of a decade. He was never one to be subtle. "I don't think it would hurt to hear what he has to offer." "I appreciate that, Mr. McAllister," Mr. Bernstein said. "I promise I won't waste your time."
"Ah, famous last words,"
Del cracked. The waitress arrived a moment later and took their drink orders, then proceeded to recite the catch and soup of the day before handing them menus and disappearing into the kitchen.
"She's a cutie,"
Del said.
"Think she's into balding fat guys with heart conditions?"
"I'd tell you yes, but I decided a long time ago I wouldn't spin fiction unless I could sell it," Thad joked.
"I like you better when you're locked in your little office making me money."
"Ah," Thad said. "The truth finally comes out." Across the table, Roger Bernstein took a drink of water, the glass shaking in his hand. He was drumming the fingers of his left hand on the top of his briefcase. Thad had a rather uncomfortable relationship with the movie studios, one that had clearly been reported to this man prior to his being dispatched. Of the 3 film adaptations of his novels, none had lived up to his expectations. The first, Wicked Ways, didn't resemble the original story at all. By the time the story made its way to film, his vision had been hacked, re-edited, and rewritten so many times by more hands than he could count, all of them opting for shock value rather than holding true to the story. They wanted a big box office on a low budget and cared about nothing other than getting a film out before the hype surrounding the best-selling novel petered out. Thad had watched the premiere with his wife in total disgust, vowing never to sell film rights again unless he had some form of creative control. For the next 2 movies, he had been on set each day and personally approved all script changes, ensuring they held true to the novel and the screenplay he had also insisted on drafting. While these films didn't possess the box office draw of the first, they lived up to the story, and his true fans had been pleased. "You know I'll want total creative control, right?" Thad told Bernstein point blank, watching the man's face for a reaction. Bernstein cleared his throat. "We assumed as much," he said. "Based on your history, I wouldn't expect anything less. Do you have a director in mind?" Opening his briefcase, the man reached inside and retrieved a sheet of manila paper. After a quick review, he handed the page to Thad. "It's a rather short list. We started with the people you expressed an interest in working with on the last one, then narrowed them down to the few who will be available based on a preliminary production schedule."
"You have a production schedule already?" Del mused. Aren't you jumping the gun a little? Hell, you haven't even read it yet. What if the book is shit?
Burstein forced a nervous smile. We want you to know how serious we are about this project. We want to time the film release with the paperback in roughly 9 months, which doesn't allow much time for preparation. I don't want to rush this, Del, Thad told his agent. And you won't have to, Burstein fired back before Del Thomas could reply. We'll work with you at your own pace, even if it means missing the paperback release. That just happens to be an ideal release date.
What kind of money are we talking about?
Del broke in. Not everything's about money, Del, Thad countered. Del smirked.
Don't kid yourself, Thad. It's always about money.
We're prepared to offer you $4 million for the screenplay and film rights, along with points on the back end, Burstein replied. Thad had never received points before, but he understood how lucrative they could be. On his last film, he had been paid $1 million for the screenplay and film rights, which he thought was pretty good considering the one before that only paid $200,000. However, the film had gone on to make nearly $45 million in box office and DVD sales. If he had received points, he would have stood to make nearly $6 million more than he had. At this stage in his career, he had been prepared to forego upfront money in order to get a portion of the profits. He wasn't expecting to receive both. 4 million plus points was much more than he had ever anticipated.
7 million plus points, Del shot back. We all know this picture is going to make at least 50 million based on the performance of Thad's previous 3 films. Hell, we may even hit 60 million. The publisher is planning one of the biggest print productions for a work of fiction in the past decade. Thad's ebook sales are through the roof. At 7 plus points, you're still stealing this deal.
Burstein fell silent for a moment, his hands once again drumming on the top of his briefcase. I'm prepared to go as high as 5 million, but that's the best I can do. Del shook his head and placed his napkin on his lap as the waitress arrived with their drinks.
Well, Mr. Burstein, I suggest you enjoy your meal today, because the only thing you're going to see us sign is the credit card receipt.
This is a very good offer, Burstein told him.
I agree, Del replied. But it's not the most lucrative offer we're entertaining right now, and frankly, I don't feel like playing let's make a deal. You've got our terms. If you can't match them, I'm afraid our business today is over.
To the waitress, he said,
I think I'll go with the clam chowder. I've been craving seafood all day. Thad, what'll you have?
Thad stared at him for a moment before breaking out of his reverie. Yeah. I think I'll get a sirloin. Medium well, please. The waitress eyed Burstein, whose face was bright red as he held back his anger. The sirloin is fine. Rare, please, he told her. Turning to Thad, he said, Excuse me, gentlemen. I need to make a call. With cell phone in hand, he left the table and hurried to the lobby. The waitress picked up their menus, told them someone would return momentarily with their salads, then disappeared toward the kitchen. Del, are you high? Thad exclaimed. That man's head is going to explode. You don't really think we can get 7 million plus points, do you? Del shook his head.
Nah, we're going to get 6. If this guy can't cough it up, I'm sure somebody else will. Don't you read the trades? You're holding the most anticipated manuscript of the decade in that briefcase of yours.
Christ, Thad replied. I need a drink.
We'll make it a celebratory toast when this guy signs on the dotted line, Del told him, nodding toward Burstein, who was pacing the sidewalk just outside the restaurant now, his cell phone pressed firmly against his ear. Less than a decade ago, he had been holding down 2 part-time jobs while trying to draft his first book. In his wildest dreams, he couldn't have possibly imagined.
Rachel is never going to believe this, he marveled.
Is the book any good?
Dell asked while buttering a roll.
Never mind, don't answer that. It doesn't really matter at this point, and I don't want you to diminish my mojo.
Your mojo? Dell smirked.
What? You don't think you got here on talent, do you? My mojo paved this road, baby.
It's different.
Huh?
You asked me if the book was good, and it is, Thad told him. But this one is different from anything else I've ever done. Honestly, Dell, I don't know how the story will play out as a movie. I really don't.
You got the manuscript on you?
Dell asked.
Your publisher wanted me to drop it off tomorrow.
Thad hesitated, then reached into his briefcase, removing the manuscript. The tome felt warm. Guard this one with your life. I don't want to see excerpts in the National Examiner.
You got it,
Dell said, his pudgy fingers wrapping around the text. I'm not kidding, Thad told him. I don't want a word of this novel getting out until publication. The whole world needs to read this story at once. No favors or sneak peeks this time, not for anyone. Dell pulled the manuscript to his chest.
I will eat this treasured stack of dead trees before I allow it to fall into the hands of the enemy. Scout's honor.
No eating the manuscript, Dell.
Yes, sir.
Dell locked the novel in his own briefcase, then glanced up as Burstein returned to the table.
Hey, look who's back. So, did your boss dig some cash out from under his mattress, or are we going to have to raid somebody else's coffer?
Burstein took a drink and sighed. I can offer you $6 million up front and points on the back end. But that's as high as we can go without digging into the promotional budget. That wouldn't help any of us. Dell winked at Thad.
So, what do you think, buddy? You want to make a movie?
Chapter 11. Day 1, 5:05 p.m. Carmen Perez moved the chair a little to the left and swore under her breath as she found another small pile of dirt hidden beneath. She had found 8 others like it under other pieces of furniture. She even found some at the back of one of the cabinets in the kitchen.
"Messy little child," she said, "bringing such filth in from the outside."
With a dustpan and small brush, she swept up the dirt and deposited the waste in the trash can she had been carrying around.
"She wouldn't make such a mess if she had to clean up after herself," she complained.
What's wrong, Carmen? Perez turned to find Rachel standing at the living room's doorway.
"If this woman could control her child, I wouldn't spend the day cleaning up after her." "Miss Ashley is bringing filth into the house," she blurted out. "This has been going on for a few days. Today I found dirt in the cabinets, under furniture. I do not know where else she has put such filth, but this must stop. This is not the behavior of a respectful child."
Rachel stepped into the room and eyed the trash can.
"Phew," she breathed. "Very filthy," Carmen agreed.
"If that's from outside, you need to be careful," she told her. "Mr. Paskin thought the yard might be contaminated. You should wash your hands and be sure you're wearing gloves if you find any more."
"Oh, so now she is going to make me sick with her little games," Ms. Perez stated flatly.
Rachel rolled her eyes. "I'm sure she didn't mean anything. Kids sometimes do strange things to entertain themselves. Do you know where she is?"
"No, Miss Rachel," Perez said.
"Ashley!" Rachel yelled, her voice echoing through the large home. "Come here, baby." A moment later, Ashley poked into the room, toting her stuffed Winnie the Pooh. Rachel knelt down beside her and pointed to the chair. "Miss Perez found dirt underneath that chair and in a few other places. Did you bring it in from outside?" Ashley shook her head.
"Now,
What did I tell you about telling the truth? Ashley pouted.
I didn't do it. I don't like dirt. It's messy and yucky and stinky.
Rachel took a deep breath. Ashley, I didn't carry dirt in here, and Ms. Perez certainly didn't. If not you, then who? Buster? She shrugged her shoulders.
The outside smells yucky. Daddy told me not to play outside, and I haven't.
Ms. Perez voiced something in Spanish under her breath, then went back to cleaning up the mess. Rachel brushed the hair from her daughter's eyes. Okay, honey. She wasn't in the mood to argue right now. The baby was kicking again, and she wanted to get off her feet. Just stay in the house like your daddy said until we figure out what happened, okay?
I said I was,
Ashley insisted. Okay, sweetie. Go wash up for dinner. We're going to eat soon. Behind her, Ms. Perez smirked and left the room, heading back to the kitchen with the broom, dustpan, and trash can in tow. That woman has no clue who is paying whom, Rachel thought. The odor filled the air, the same nasty, putrid scent as their lawn. Nausea crept up from her stomach, and Rachel ran toward the bathroom, not feeling much like eating dinner. Chapter 12, 1692, The Journal of Clayton Stone. Jonas Tauber shuffled through a number of papers before removing his glasses, rising, and approaching the bench.
You are the husband of one Elizabeth Knapp, are you not?
I am, the man in the pulpit replied.
She is the maid to the Willard household.
She is.
Very well,
Tauber said, pausing for a moment.
Can you tell us how she came to see the Doctor of Groton in the month of October, anno 1691?
Ned Knapp wiped the perspiration from his brow, his eyes scanning those in attendance.
Mr. Knapp.
Right, Knapp said. She took after a very strange manner, sometimes for days on end, weeping, laughing, even roaring hideously with violent motions and agitations, crying out in the wee hours of the night, then forgetting all at first light. Our children are frightened still.
Rightfully so,
Tauber told him.
But there came more?
Knapp nodded. Her torment did not stop. It only grew worse. The doctor was not able to offer the cause. He only advised much rest.
Did this help?
Knapp shook his head and wiped the sweat from his brow. In November following, she fell ill. A sleep came upon her like no other. Not so much as a stir came from her for nearly 6 days and nights. It worried me so. I soon found myself unable to rest. I stayed at her side, her hand in mine, watching her slip away from me. A tear welled in his eye, and he bowed his head for a moment, his eyes avoiding those in the gallery. Tauber walked back over to him.
What came next, Mr. Knapp?
It was when Pastor Willard arrived that a demon took possession of my beloved, Knapp confessed. Concerns rushed through the crowd. I myself felt my stomach tighten at the mere mention of such an event.
A demon?
He nodded. On the 6th night, a heat came upon her, and a voice grew within her without any movement of her lips. Words came in a voice not her own, words unknown to myself and the others in the room. It was then that her tongue had drawn out of her mouth to an extraordinary length.
and the demon began manifestly to speak from within her. Some words were spoken from her throat while her lips were sealed. Others came with her mouth wide open, without the use of any of the organs of speech. The demon belched forth most horrid and nefandous blasphemies, exalting himself above the Most High. These words were unknown to my wife. They were clearly the tongue of the devil himself. I dare not repeat them here.
And Pastor Willard, he witnessed all of this?
He did, Knapp nodded. Tauber walked back to his table, no doubt noting the pastor as a future witness. Without turning, he added,
What were the pastor's thoughts on all this? Did he share them with you?
Knapp looked down, his hands anxiously kneading at the rim of his hat.
Mr. Knapp?
A hush had fallen upon the crowd, one that allowed only the cry of the wind to be heard. It brought with it a chill like no other, a chill deep within the bones of all those now watching Knapp with intense interest.
The pastor, sir, Tauber pushed. What were his thoughts on your wife's affliction?
She had become a child of hell, Knapp breathed. The crowd went silent for a moment, then came to life in a burst of conversation. The magistrate slammed down his gavel.
Silence!
Knapp wiped his damp eyes and continued. She cried out in one of her fits that a woman had appeared to her. She claimed to be the cause of her possession, and only she could remove such a spell. Then my beloved was taken speechless for some time. She remains such to this day.
And her accused, the woman, you know of her?
Knapp nodded. I do.
This woman, is she among us?
I watched as his eyes fell upon the blue-eyed girl in the pulpit before turning away in haste. He needn't have said more. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 13. Day 1, 7 p.m. Thad hit the call button on his iPhone and pressed it to his ear, cursing under his breath when a busy signal played for the 4th time in the past 3 hours. Dell chuckled at his side.
The pool boy must still be at the house. I can't think of any other reason for a woman to have the phone off the hook for that long.
We don't have a pool, Thad replied, staring at the bottom of his empty glass.
Mailman, plumber, massage therapist, Tai Chi instructor. Any one of them could be stumping your wife right now. Probably got the kid locked in the closet while your maid works the video camera for some website she hasn't told you about.
You're full of encouragement, aren't you?
I'm full of this, too,
he slurred, holding up an empty shot glass.
Are you ready for another?
They had spent the past few hours celebrating the film deal at the hotel bar, and Thad felt as if he had more alcohol than blood flowing through his system. He probably couldn't stand and walk a straight line if his life depended on it. Not that it mattered. He was determined to have a good time tonight. He had signed the largest deal of his life, and he deserved a good time. If Rachel was too busy to pick up the phone, so be it. He wasn't about to let anything bring him down. Not now.
Absolutely,
he slurred. And another beer, too.
Ah, Christ, Dell said. I need to catch a red-eye home, and it's after 7. Thank God for cabs and my sensible packing habits.
You're going to abandon your #1 client? I'll remember that at contract renewal time.
I'm sure you'll be fine, Sparky. You're a big boy, Dell told him. Just don't forget to stumble back to the airport tomorrow to catch your own flight. You don't want to be stuck in the big city. Their way of life might warp those small-town values of yours.
I think we're past setting boundaries. Consider me warped.
Thad said as the bartender set 2 tall glasses of beer on the bar in front of them, followed by 2 shot glasses, which he promptly filled with tequila.
How many was that now?
Thad had lost count. He vaguely remembered something about liquor making you sicker before reaching for it. Dell slid his shot and beer down the bar to Thad.
All yours, buddy. I gotta go. I'll give you a call early next week once I get all the details on this thing. Meanwhile, you have a good time. Serious congratulations are in order.
Pulling out his wallet, he handed 2 crisp $200 bills to the bartender.
Keep them coming until he falls off the stool. Then pour them on his head until the cash runs out.
The man nodded with a grin and shoved the money in his pocket. Thad quickly found he had no problem drinking alone. He downed Dell's shot, shivering as the liquid burned his throat, then took a sip of beer as a chaser. The bartender returned a moment later with a bowl of peanuts.
Dinner is served, he said. Our finest imported nuts from the great land of planters.
Thad dug into the bowl, scooping a fistful and dropping them into his mouth.
I heard a rumor floating around that you're someone famous.
Thad turned to find a young girl standing at his side. No more than 20 or 21, she had long dark hair that fell over her shoulders and halfway down her back. She wore a white button-down blouse, short black skirt, and heels which easily added 4 inches to her height. She was smiling at him shyly, her dark blue eyes glistening in the soft light of the bar. Did he know her? Something about her. Familiar. His mind was awash in alcohol, unable to string together a cohesive thought.
A pretty girl like you shouldn't talk to strangers,
Thad said, doing his best to keep from slurring his words.
Some would say a handsome young man shouldn't sit alone in a bar unless he wanted to be talked to, she replied. Do you mind if I join you?
Thad hesitated for a moment before nodding at the empty stool beside him.
She looks like...
If she had seen him remove his wedding ring, she didn't acknowledge it. Instead, she leaned toward him and breathed her name in his ear, her hand casually resting on his thigh. Chapter 14. Day 1, 8:30 p.m. Rachel hung up the phone with a frown. She had been trying to reach Thad for hours, and his phone kept going to voicemail. She checked online and found out that his flight had touched down on schedule. He always called, particularly this late in the day. Dell. Fucking Dell. She had never been a fan of her husband's agent. The overweight prankster disgusted her. While she believed his constant advances were nothing more than crude attempts at humor, his drinking and lack of any moral sense left much to be desired. If the man didn't do such a good job, she would have asked Thad to fire him years ago. She debated calling the hotel. She'd leave a message with the front desk. She decided against it, though. He would think she was checking up on him. That's exactly what you want to do, right? All alone in the city? How much do you really trust him? When he was with Dell, there was no telling what he might do. She wanted to trust him. She did. There had been one time. Only that one time. Once a cheater. Rachel shook away the thought and set down the phone. She wouldn't. He would call home. He must have gone straight from the airport to his meeting. The meeting just ran a little longer than planned, that's all. He always called. Except when he didn't. Maybe the pregnancy was making her anxious. She had been emotional throughout, mood swings, hormones, now with the baby's constant kicking at her abdomen. She had to contend with Ms. Perez, the problems with their lawn, Ashley acting strange. She was juggling so much. "When was the last time you made love to your husband?" the voice taunted. 4 months, 5 months. A long time. "You're 30 pounds overweight and haven't dressed up or touched so much as a mascara wand in nearly 2 months. Do you honestly think he's attracted to you?" How long, really? Rachel didn't remember. How long since she had even wanted to? How long since he had wanted to? Rachel glanced in the mirror near the front door and ran her hand through her hair, watched it fall limply back against her shoulders. She could be beautiful. When you want to be. She hadn't felt beautiful in so long. After the baby, she'd bounce back. She had after Ashley. She'd hit the gym as soon as her doctor gave her the green light. She always watched her diet. A couple months, tops. She'd bounce back. He'd wait. He didn't wait the last time. What's he really doing in New York, Rachel? A tear welled up in her eye as she pondered being alone, raising 2 children by herself as her husband trotted the globe, promoting his latest book and probably another movie. Something clicked at her ear, and she turned, finding nothing but an empty living room behind her. It was the 3rd time she had heard the sound today, and each time her mind drifted back to the dream which had filled her nights for weeks. Rachel couldn't shake the image of the old woman standing in the shadows at the corner of the room, a twisted smirk playing at her lips as she rattled her long, sharp nails against each other with a clickety-click. She didn't want to be alone. Not now. Not ever. Rachel just wanted her husband to come home. She wanted him to come home and hold her in his arms until all these feelings washed away. Chapter 15, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone.
"Tell me about the Book of Red,"
Tauber said.
"Your collection of signatures. Where is this tome now?"
"I know not of this book you speak."
"It has been said you are collecting souls in exchange for freedom from your torment of late," he told her, "subjecting those around you to afflictions until, unable to take any more, they willingly signed your book."
"A familiar bit me," Mary Wolcott shouted from the gallery. "Just now, on my arm." She jumped and raised her arm. The others gasped at the sight of a fresh bite mark, blood dripping to the floor. Elizabeth Hubbard stood and wrapped the wound in a cloth with haste. "I saw it," she shouted. "For only but a moment, a creature struck and disappeared under the chairs." At that, those in attendance came to their feet, most fleeing, while a few of the men cautiously searched beneath the seating.
"What do you say to this?"
Tauber shouted above the noise. The magistrate slammed his gavel down.
"Quiet! What do you say?"
She only smiled, her fingers unconsciously clicking together. When finally satisfied that the familiar was gone, the crowd returned to their seats, watching the floor with wary eyes.
"Tell me about this book."
"There is no book."
"She lies,"
Carol Bender shouted.
"Before the eyes of God, she lies."
Tauber turned.
"What knowledge of this have you?"
I signed her book," she confessed. "On the lives of my children, she made me sign." "I too was made to sign," Abigail Rowling told them.
Through the confessions, my eyes remained on her. One would believe their words would draw fear, but that is not what I witnessed. Instead, I found delight in her as she leaned back in her chair.
"Where is it?"
"I do not know of what you speak."
"Is the book with your sisters?"
Tauber pushed. Silence. Tauber pounded the table, then turned to the gallery.
"Will anyone among you testify to this book?"
Without hesitation, Mercy Short stood.
"I will testify against this witch. I too sign this book." "So be it,"
Tauber said. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 16. Day 1, 11:48 p.m. Thunder cracked in the distance, followed by a web of lightning that reached across Ashley's room like the gnarled fingers of an old man, scratching at the corners of her walls, long nails inching toward her bed, toward her. Ashley pulled the sheets over her head and brought her knees up to her chest.
1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4.
Another rumble filled the night, and she caught her breath before it had a chance to escape and give away her hiding place. Every little girl knew that was how the monsters found you. The slip of your breath always gave you away. Buster whimpered at her feet, and she poked her head out for one brief second.
"Quiet,"
she instructed, before disappearing again under her grandmother's heavy quilt. He grumbled and plopped down to the floor, letting out a loud sigh.
"They're gonna hear you," she scolded.
Across the room, dozens of stuffed animals stared back at her, their black, beady eyes glistening with hunger in the crackling light, their mouths moving in the shadows. Their arms and legs seemed to shuffle ever so slightly, mocking her, inching a little closer. She imagined that they planned their attack while she slept, each toy dropping the charade of lifelessness the moment she drifted off, stretching their tiny limbs, taking their places among the army of plastic and fur to await instruction.
"Buster, you'll protect me, right?"
she asked. The dog raised a floppy ear and grunted, then closed his eyes again, content to sit this battle out at the side of her bed. The dolls sat in silent patience. Outside, the storm grew. The wind howled in defiance as viscous clouds suffocated the moon, taking the night as their own. When the rain began to fall, drops pelted the window, millions of tiny spears and rocks thrown by unseen hands at the glass.
Would it hold?
Ashley couldn't be sure. She watched, glancing away only long enough to revisit the army of stuffed animals. They wanted the window to break. They wanted the rain and wind to get into the room so they could make their move under the cover of the storm. They didn't fool her. None of them. She had caught on to them about a week ago. She had thought Elmo was clumsy, the way he always fell from the shelf on which he sat with the others. After all, each morning he'd be lying on the ground while the rest of her toys remained still. When a tiny hand reached out from behind Winnie the Pooh and pushed, she gasped. She witnessed Elmo tumble to the floor, the little hand then disappearing back behind the other toys. Buster had seen it too, and padded over to investigate, his tail slapping against his hind legs, his nose in detective mode. After about a minute, he gave up and returned to his favorite spot beside her bed, his eyes fixed on the toys until sleep overcame him. The entire event had happened so fast and with so little noise that Ashley wasn't sure she had witnessed anything at all. She couldn't tell her mommy or her daddy. They wouldn't believe her. There was only Zeke. With intent, he had listened to every word, nodding on occasion, offering his support. In the end, he had agreed there was a problem and volunteered to guard the animals while she slept or was out of the room until they determined the cause of the uprising. Tonight, Zeke was missing. Sometimes he liked to hide, but tonight Ashley felt certain he wasn't in the room. She didn't think he was even in the house. She quietly called his name, and there was no reply. He had good ears. He usually responded regardless of where he hid. If close, he would surely have come to her. Wouldn't he? Did she do something to make him mad? Ashley was doubtful, but he could be temperamental at times. Sometimes he got angry, and she didn't know it. Thunder grumbled with anger outside, and Ashley tensed. When lightning flooded the room a moment later, she stole another glance at the toys. Did they move again? They looked different. Gerber, her favorite teddy bear, was sitting to the left of a tall stuffed parrot. She thought she had left him on the other side. Her small pony was lying on his side. She remembered standing him up before she went to bed. Of course, he might have fallen over, as stuffed ponies were often known to do. This wouldn't be the first time, Ashley reassured herself. He fell lots, all the time. Thud. From the toys. Ashley peered through the darkness, through a small opening in the folds of her quilt, her heart pounding so hard each beat echoed against the fabric of the mattress. Buster had heard it too. He lifted his head and stared at the army of toys. Ears back, he bared his teeth, and a low growl escaped from deep within his throat. He stood with caution, hunched low, his eyes fixed on the stuffed bear. "What is it, Buster?" she asked him. "What do you see?" Buster inched closer, his nose sniffing at the darkness. Ashley crawled out from under the comforter and lowered herself to the floor, falling in behind him. "Get him, boy," she coaxed. The dog shuffled to the stuffed animals and grew tense. He examined the teddy bear, then the parrot, his nose moving from one toy to the next as he dismissed each, working through them all. When he reached SpongeBob, Buster barked and leapt back with a yelp. He shook his head and wiped his paw against his nose. He was bleeding. Ashley stared at him for a moment in disbelief, then bent down to examine his nose. She found 2 small puncture wounds at the tip. "What happened, Buster?" she asked. He whimpered back at her before shaking his head again. Ashley turned back to the stuffed animals. The angry storm rumbled outside. When the lightning came, she caught her breath with a hush as something stared back at her, not from the stuffed toys, but behind them, peering out from between. A small hand reached up and wiped a speck of blood from pointy little teeth before retreating into the shadows, leaving a trail of dirt in its wake. Day 2. Chapter 17. Day 2, 2:15 a.m. "Shh," she breathed. Thad let the young girl kiss him. Her lips found his, and his heart fluttered like a teenager. When she told him she didn't want to go up to his room, but instead wanted to make love to him under the stars, he didn't question her. Instead, he followed as she led him through the lobby, out the front door, toward the edge of the park just to the east of the Grand Hotel. The chill of night reached for them, holding them, gently guiding them deep into the trees. Within moments, the city skyline disappeared, lost beyond the canopy of trees and interlaced branches. Thad stumbled, his drunken feet tripping over a protruding tree root. He recovered his balance.
"Stealthy like a cat," he slurred.
The girl laughed.
"Almost there."
His vision blurred and he shook clear. Those last 2 shots had been a mistake. His mind was lost in fog. His movements were those of a marionette whose strings were a little too long. He shouldn't be here. He should be alone. Not this. He shouldn't be doing this. Something about this girl. She reminded him of... The decision was not his to make. The forest opened on a small clearing, and she turned to him, her dark blue eyes glistening under the moonlight. Taking his hand, she guided him beneath the folds of her skirt, along the back of her thigh. Thad felt her warmth burning beneath his touch, a heat unlike any other coursing through the tips of his fingers. She pressed tightly against him, her breath warm, sweet, drifting from her mouth as he found the nape of her neck. Thad wanted to pull away and leave this girl where she stood. Instead, he flicked the clasp of her skirt and tore it free. A soft giggle escaped her lips as he frantically tugged at the buttons of her blouse, unsnapping some, breaking others, until the garment fell from her shoulders to the ground beneath. She stepped back from him and eased her fingers beneath the waistband of her panties, slowly sliding them off. She removed her bra a moment later and watched him with those eyes, her naked body glowing softly in the pale moonlight, before lowering herself to the earth and reaching out to him with an outstretched hand. This girl. Nothing existed but her. Thad fell to his knees and ran his hands down the length of her. She curled her fingers, digging them into the damp earth, a soft sigh escaping her.
"Fuck me," she moaned softly. "Oh, God, fuck me."
He ran his hand over her thighs, gently spreading them apart. He found her hand on his, guiding, leading him, until he brushed against the moistness between her legs. A chill raced up his spine as she arched her back in ecstasy, his touch drawn closer by her movement. Thad shed his clothes. The wind howled wildly around them, and the large oaks danced with their long shadows as the moon looked down upon their pale, sweat-covered bodies. The young girl's fingertips dug deeper into the dirt as his tongue slid across her nipples, her chest, moving lower ever so slowly. With strong arms, he reached under her and gently raised her to his lips as the chilled night air wrapped around them, sending a frenzy of electricity from fingertips to toes.
"Do you want me?"
The words found him, although nothing was spoken aloud.
"Do you want to be inside me?"
"Yes," he groaned.
"Not yet," she replied. "There is something you must give me first. Then, only then, anything. Ah, yes. I only want what is already mine, nothing more."
Her fingernails were long and sharp. They dug into his back as she pulled him closer.
"I want you to help me,"
she told him, her fingers digging deep, drawing blood. "Yes," he told her.
"You owe me."
"Yes," Thad said. "I owe you."
I want the box. Will you get it for me?
What box?
You know of what I speak, Thad. They buried it so long ago, but there it remains, waiting for you to bring it to me. You know where you must go, don't you, Thad? Where those men hid my treasure? Those evil, nasty men? My precious room in a box.
He pressed his lips to hers and ran his hand through her hair. A clump came away with his touch, and at first Thad thought he had pulled it out. Then he felt the wetness under his other hand. He raised his fingers to the light only long enough to see blood dripping from the tips. Beneath him, the young girl giggled before wrapping her legs tightly around him, locking him in an embrace. Thad looked to her eyes only to find they were gone, replaced with dark, empty sockets within the skull of the creature beneath him.
You will bring my box back to me, won't you? You will bring my treasure to me. You haven't much time. You simply don't. Less than 3 days, I'm afraid.
He looked up and found an old woman and a large, burly man staring down at them, mere feet away. How long had they been there? The entire time? Thad tried to pull away, but couldn't break away. Instead, both of them sank deeper into the earth as the dirt grew moist with her decaying form. She said something else to him before they disappeared into the ground, but he wasn't able to hear her words. Her voice was lost behind his screams. Thad woke to the buzzing of his portable alarm clock on the hotel nightstand. He reached over and slapped the device silent. He then cursed under his breath and glanced around the luxurious room. Just a bad dream, he told himself. Another one. I guess Ashley isn't the only one with imaginary friends, he mumbled aloud while rubbing his aching temples. He had set the alarm for 4 a.m. in order to make his 6 o'clock flight from JFK. Thad felt one hell of a headache coming on, a common occurrence after a night out drinking with Dell. Swinging over the side of the bed, Thad slowly rose from his slumber. He didn't notice the moist dirt clinging to him until he stood and looked down at his legs. What the? Glancing back, he found the sheets black with mud. It was in his hair, on his arms. Thad crossed to the bathroom and flicked on the light. He was covered in dirt, some dry, some still wet. A sour, sickly odor. Like feces. It smelled like rotting feces. Turning to his left, Thad froze when he saw his back. Dozens of small red slash marks. Her nails. She had scratched him. A dream, nothing more. There was no doubt in his mind. Nothing happened. He had sleepwalked many times when he was a child. Maybe he had again. Sleepwalked and gotten scratched by branches. But where? Could he have wandered into the park? Was that possible? Somebody would surely have stopped him, wouldn't they? They're from her. You know they are. You stink of sex under all that dirt. Deny all you want. That won't change what happened. His briefcase was on a table at the far side of the room. He went over, threw back the lid, and rifled its contents until he located his journal near the bottom. He flipped through the pages until he found it. The room in a box. A rough sketch at best. He had never claimed to be much of an artist. The scratches on his back began to ache, but Thad forced himself to ignore the pain. He often sketched the items, people, and relevant locations from his books. The exercise helped him visualize during the writing process. When describing a house, for instance, he would map out each floor, sometimes in great detail. This ensured that his character's movements and experiences when maneuvering through that house remained consistent. Sometimes these things would evolve with the story, and he would find himself returning to previous chapters in order to amend them with the changes. Objects would sometimes change in the same manner, but that was not the case with this box. Like everything else in this story, he understood exactly what this object looked like from the moment he had begun. The drawing depicted the box to be about 6 inches wide and 4 deep. Although you couldn't tell from the rough sketch, Thad was certain it had been carved from one solid piece of mahogany, taken from a tree fallen by lightning on the very night of its creation. The interior was lined with nearly an inch of lead. It had been melted shut on the first and only occasion the lid had been closed, sealing its contents for eternity.
"You will bring my treasure to me," she told him. "You haven't much time." Thad traced the edge of the drawing with his finger. "You know where you must go, don't you, Thad? Where those men hid it." The box was hidden at the end of his novel, buried, to be precise. Buried beneath an old, gnarled oak tree in a fictional forest on the outskirts of a town that did not exist. He flipped 2 more pages, stopping at the picture of a girl, no more than a teenager. Her long dark hair flowed down her back and over her simple black and white Puritan dress. She stood at the mouth of a cabin deep within the woods, a forest not unlike the one in his dream. This wasn't the first time he had dreamt of her. He had hoped the dreams would stop when he completed the book. For months, she had dominated his thoughts. He'd wake to the sickly sweet scent of her breath lingering in the night air, the moisture of her kiss at his neck. She had guided him as he wrote the book, her siren song calling him back to blank pages, her words helping to fill each of them. Then she was gone, if only for a little while. He had hoped he'd lost her when he wrote that last page, but here she was, invading his night once more. Thad closed the journal. He vaguely remembered the bartender and a bellhop carrying him back to his room. "You lush," he mumbled to himself. "That's how you got back up here." He could only hope pictures didn't end up on the internet. The last thing he needed right now was to get tagged in a Facebook picture. This famous fuck drank himself silly in my bar, found him outside playing in the mud. The sound of his cell phone drifted in from the other room, the broken ring gnawing at his throbbing head. Chapter 18, 1692, The Journal of Clayton Stone. "Come to me."
Her voice drifted to me on the howl of the wind, muffled by a relentless rain and the crackle of the fire I had made earlier, now dying in the hearth. When I heard her, I thought sleep had finally found me, and that she was but a dream. Then thunder struck outside, and I realized I wasn't lost to slumber at all. I sat up with a start, my eyes scanning the dark room. "Are you here?" Only silence responded. I found no one, yet I felt a presence. When her voice came again, it seemed to reach from all around me, yet nowhere in particular. The disembodied cry of a specter seeking me out, a siren's call. Her call. I had no choice but to go to her. I wish to make that clear for anyone who may read this. My mind never allowed me such decision. I couldn't say no any more than I could choose to stop breathing. I dressed with purpose and pushed out into the cold, dark night, crossing the town square with nothing but a sliver of moonlight to guide me. At this late hour, all was quiet. The church was not locked. I pulled open the heavy oak door and went inside, closing it behind me. As my sight was poor, her hand somehow guided me across the floor to the back hallway and down the narrow steps. Reaching the door at the bottom, I watched in silence as the lock cracked open by unseen hands and fell to the ground. There was a faint click, and it opened before me. I stepped into the hallway, lit only by the flickering light of a candle at the far end. The door closed with a bang. I did not turn to investigate. My eyes were fixed on her cell, and my feet knew no other course. I found her sitting on the bed, a thin smile playing across her lips as I reached the bars and finally stood still. Her beautiful skin glowed in the dim light, smooth as the most expensive of porcelain.
I hoped you'd come.
The choice was not mine, I said. But you already know that, don't you, witch? The comment didn't sound as harsh as I had wished. She only smiled, then ran her fingers through her long, dark hair.
I saw the way you looked at me in court. You glimpsed the truth. You believe I am not guilty of that which they charge.
I know no such thing. Standing from the bed, she came to the bars. Her fingers brushed mine, sending a shiver over me. I turned and raced for my home. I spent the remainder of the night at the fire, hoping the flames would warm my chilled bones. They did not in the slightest. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 19. Day 2, 1:20 a.m. Del Thomas had been on the plane for at least 15 minutes before his curiosity got the better of him. Much to the dismay of the old woman at his left, he rose from his seat and plucked his briefcase from the overhead compartment, his overweight frame pressing against her as he wrestled the bag free from the crowded mess holding it prisoner. Falling back into his seat with the briefcase in his lap, he worked the locks with his thick fingers. He smiled with satisfaction as they clicked open. The woman beside him mumbled something to herself before returning to her magazine.
"You're not exactly thin as a rail either, lady. Good luck landing a husband with those saddlebags in tow."
Her eyes widened, and she reached for the attendant call button.
"Good idea. Maybe they'll move you to the back of the bus with the rest of the cattle."
She gathered her things, unbuckled her belt, and stomped away, her face red as a beet. Del raised the armrest between the two seats and stretched out. The manuscript stared up at him, stark white, bearing nothing more than the book's title and the name of the author in bold block letters. This simple stack of papers would make him a very wealthy man, he thought to himself with a smile. Words could not express how much Del loved his job. With the manuscript in hand, Del sealed the briefcase and placed it under the seat in front of him, settling in for the flight. He had about an hour before he'd be back in Boston, plenty of time to peruse Thad's latest. As the plane passed through turbulence, he turned the page and found himself lost in the words. Chapter 20. Day 2, 5 a.m. Thad reached for the phone and hesitated a moment before answering the call. I had a wonderful time last night, she teased, her sultry voice slipping across the line, the warmth of her breath finding his ear. Who is this? He heard himself ask, although he already knew the answer. She sighed. That hurts, Thad. It really does, she said. How could you not recognize me? We've been so close over the past few months while you wrote your book, practically kindred spirits. I would have thought you'd be glad to see me after everything we've been through together.
You can't be,
Thad stammered. Can't be what? She asked. Can't be real? Am I, Thad? Am I real? The blood drained from Thad's face.
It's fiction, he said. It's just a story. She's not real. You're not.
You sure know how to make a girl feel welcome. I bet next you're going to tell me I'm a lousy lay, too, right? What a great way to tie a bow around our little tryst.
This isn't happening.
Thad sat on the corner of the bed, cradling his head. Poor baby. Feeling a little guilty, are you? Thad remained still, his mind racing.
This can't be,
she giggled. Happening? She said. You already said that. Believe me, it did happen, and you were very much a part of it, my dear Mr. McAllister. Would you like to fill in your wife, or would you rather I made the call?
Thad felt his grip on the phone tighten. So that's what this is about? Some kind of blackmail?
Some kind.
What do you want from me?
I want you to call me by my name, she breathed. I want you to call me Christina.
Cut the shit. What do you want?
I want you, she giggled softly, to help me find her box.
Chapter 21, Day 2, 5 a.m.
Mommy!
Ashley stared at her stuffed animals in horror and shouted her mom's name for the third time. Beside her, Buster rubbed his nose with a front paw. The bleeding had stopped, leaving 2 small puncture wounds at the tip of his snout. Ashley jumped when her bedroom door swung open, then breathed a sigh when she saw her mother standing in the doorway. "What happened?" Her mother frowned. "What's wrong?" She pointed at the toys.
"There's something behind them. It bit Buster."
Rachel crossed the room, eyeing the stuffed animals. "What kind of something?"
"A monster with red eyes, Mommy," she breathed. "Tiny little red eyes and hands."
Rachel gently raised Buster's head and examined the small wounds. He whimpered, then backed up and sneezed, shaking his head. "Thanks, Buster." Rachel wiped her wet face with her sleeve. She hoped to God they didn't have rats. This was an older home, and although their exterminator visited every other month, the occasional mouse or rat would get inside, this time of year in particular as the weather began cooling down in anticipation of winter.
"It might still be back there, Mommy."
Rachel pushed the stuffed animals aside one at a time, ready to pull away in an instant if she spotted something looking back at her. The smell hit her a moment later, and nausea crept up her throat. Ashley covered her nose.
"Pew-wee, what is that?"
When she moved the large teddy bear, she found a number of small dirt piles hidden behind it, a trail leading to a 4-inch hole in the drywall. "Rats," Rachel grumbled under her breath. Ashley shook her head.
"Not a rat, Mommy. It didn't look like a rat. It wasn't. It was something else."
"Of course it's a rat, dear. It was dark. Your eyes were probably playing tricks on you, that's all." Again Ashley shook her head.
It stood up. Rats don't stand up in real life, only in cartoons."
Rachel pushed the remaining stuffed animals aside and examined the hole a little more closely. It didn't have that rough, chewed appearance typically left by mice and rats. Instead, its edges were smooth. The 4-inch circumference was almost perfect. She found no debris, no dust or chunks of drywall around the hole, as if whatever had cut it out had also taken the time to cart away the resulting waste. "Go get me a flashlight, honey." Ashley wandered out of the room with Buster on her heels. She returned a moment later with the emergency flashlight they kept in the hall closet. Rachel switched it on and aimed the beam at the hole. The opposite wall and the edge of a 2x4 stud on the right was visible, but little else. Lying down on her side, she tried to get a better view, but didn't have enough room. She cursed her oversized belly. Rachel took a deep breath and reached into the hole, cautiously feeling around.
"Mommy, don't! The monster is gonna bite you like it did Buster."
Ignoring her daughter, she groped around inside, her fingers tracing the drywall to the wood stud on the right, then reversing directions until she found the stud on the left. If something had been in there, it was gone now. But to where? She saw no other holes, and with only 18 inches between the studs, there was little room to maneuver, no place to hide. Then she felt something on the left stud, a groove of some sort. There was another about 2 inches above the first, another above that. Rachel couldn't get her hand high enough to look for a fourth, but she suspected one existed. Like a ladder. A ladder carved into the wood leading up. To the attic? Rachel knew they had a small crawl space between the first and second floors and the attic above. Once they gained access to one or the other, the rats would have the run of the house, able to reach any section undetected. If they were indeed rats. What else could they be? Grabbing a large Dr. Seuss book from the bookcase beside her, Rachel pressed it flat against the hole, then stacked a handful of other books in front, blocking access. "Let's see them get through that," she said with confidence. "I'll call the exterminator first thing in the morning, honey. Don't worry. We'll send him packing." Ashley frowned.
"They won't hurt him, though, will they? I don't want them to hurt him, only help him move to a new house."
"That's exactly what they'll do," Rachel reassured her. "Just like a moving company."
"Can I sleep in your bed?" "I don't want to be in here," she pouted. "Buster doesn't either, and Zeke went away somewhere, so we're all alone."
"Of course you can, honey," Rachel said, brushing her daughter's long blonde hair from her damp eyes. "We'll have ourselves a sleepover. Only us girls." Ashley smiled and took her mother's hand.
"When is Daddy coming home? I miss him."
"I wish I knew," Rachel thought. "Soon, honey," she told her. "Soon." As she led her daughter out of the room, a movement caught the corner of her eye from beyond the window. Even though the night was deathly still, she told herself it was just a shadow from one of the trees outside, unwilling to give her subconscious the satisfaction of a glance back. Chapter 22, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone.
"Please provide your name for the record."
"Mercy Short," she said. She had been removed from the room, no doubt returned to the small cell at the back of the church. I have no first-hand knowledge of Mercy Short, having only met her once some time ago. I believe her to be around 25 years of age, a few years older than myself. She has a husband and 2 children, both of whom were led away by elders from the church moments earlier, sparing them from the testimony of their mother. Mercy Short was clearly nervous, her eyes fluttering across those in the gallery before settling on her hands, which were folded in her lap. Tauber smiled down at her.
There is no need to fear, child. You are among friends here. You are among those who want to hear your story.
Mercy forced a smile and nodded.
It began about a month ago. Of the exact night I am not certain. I awoke deep within the night to the sound of a brewing storm. My husband was not at my side. I assumed he went to the barn to tend the horses. This is often the case when lightning is afoot, she explained. I reached for the lantern at my side. Only then did I realize I could no longer move.
Were you bound?
Mercy shook her head. Tauber appeared puzzled.
What held you still?
She took a deep breath, her eyes gazing briefly across the crowd before returning to her lap.
The grip of unseen hands held me still.
Those behind me mumbled softly. The magistrate silenced them with a glare.
I felt long fingernails digging into my limbs with even the slightest of movements, but I saw no one.
Tauber turned and faced the gallery.
You knew this presence, though, didn't you?
She nodded.
Her scent betrayed her. The fragrance of wild lilacs filled the room. I found it unmistakable. I called her name, but no reply came, only her scent. Then there was her warm breath at my ear as she spoke.
What did she say?
You will sign my book, she said. By the blood of your children you will sign. I tried to protest, but another hand held my mouth.
Did all end with that?
Mercy fell silent, her eyes again darting briefly to the elders seated at the high altar.
Did it end there, Mrs. Short?
Tauber's voice echoed through the wooden hall.
No,
she breathed.
It did not.
Continue, then. Tell us all.
With a deep breath, she went on.
The hands, so many, yet none at all. They pulled the covers aside and tore at my gown until my legs were bare. The room grew so cold I remember wanting nothing more than to cover myself, but they held me firm. Another hand brushed against my leg, and I felt a sharp pain as something pierced my skin. I screamed silently, for they still held my mouth. Then I lost myself to the night, waking only as the morning light crept across the room.
You were alone?
Tauber asked.
When morning came?
My husband slept soundly at my side. I found myself back beneath the covers. I would have believed all to be a dream, but not for the cut on my leg.
Tauber walked back to his table and glanced down at his notes.
This proved to be the first of many nights, was it not?
Mercy Short nodded.
They returned nearly every night thereafter.
And the cuts?
Mercy Short's eyes glistened with tears.
I have many now, one for each night that followed.
What of this book?
Mercy fell silent, and Tauber grew impatient.
Mrs. Short, what of this book? He shouted.
She startled and wiped the tears from her eyes.
Mrs. Short!
I signed it,
she cried.
I signed her damned book, but she didn't stop. She will never stop.
Standing, she tore up her sleeves, revealing dozens of slash marks.
They will bleed me until I stand at death's door.
Tauber slammed his fist against the desktop.
Who betrayed you, Mrs. Short? Who did this to you? Was it the accused?
Mercy Short dropped back into her seat, her eyes welling with tears.
Was it the girl on trial? He shouted.
Mercy could only nod her head. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 23, Day 2, 5:01 a.m. "You're crazy," Thad said before disconnecting the call. The phone began to ring almost immediately, but rather than answering, Thad threw his iPhone across the room. A moment later, the hotel phone beside the bed tore through the silence. Thad swore under his breath and scooped up the receiver. "Leave me the fuck alone," he shouted. "You don't want to break your phone, Thad. Think of that iPhone as your family's lifeline. Your only lifeline to your treasured wife and daughter. They miss you so much. I'd hate to see your family apart any longer than necessary." "What are you talking about?" "Family is such a precious thing, don't you think? So precious and so fragile, like a delicate glass in a thunderstorm." Last night had been a dream, right? Had to be. He had been so drunk. "You're so silly, Thad. You and your doubts. After our little adventure, the bartender did bring you upstairs with the help of one of his friends. You did some nasty things to me. I really enjoyed it. But then you passed out. I couldn't wake you. I simply couldn't. I asked him to help you get back to your room." Thad sat on the corner of the bed and ran his hand through his hair. "Whatever happened between us, if anything happened at all," he drew a deep breath, "was a mistake. Mine and yours. You don't have to involve my family." "My dear Thad, they're already involved. You dragged them in the moment your lips touched mine. I've got no doubt you'll help me find her. We'll do this thing together, your family and mine. Won't that be fun?" Thad felt his face begin to burn with anger. "She's not real." "Oh, but she is. You're kidding yourself if you don't believe it," Christina said. "And she has so many friends, so many just like me, wanting nothing more than to help her come back. People who are willing to do anything to help bring her back. I do mean anything, Thad. Her family is strong, Thad, much stronger than yours. We've waited hundreds of years for this day to come. I honestly can't wait a moment more. We really need to get started. There is little time left." "This isn't real," Thad said. "I'm imagining it. All of it. I must be." "We have your wife, Thad. We also have your daughter," she told him. "I'm going to say this next part very clearly, Thad, because I don't want there to be any misunderstandings. Are you listening, Thad?" "Yes," he nodded, the word barely escaping his lips. "They will die if we don't find her. If you don't." Thad nearly let the phone slip from his fingers as his breath caught in his throat. He had no reason to believe her, this voice on the phone, yet he did. He believed every word. "What have you done with them?" he breathed. "You need to focus on your task, Thad. I don't want you to be distracted, so I'm going to tell you they're fine, and they will stay fine as long as you help me, as long as you help us." "Help you find her?" Thad pointed out. "A fictional character." Come on, Thad. Aren't we beyond your trivial denial by now? The story, her story, came to you so easily for a reason. There are forces at work here much greater than either you or I can possibly understand, forces which compelled you to tell her story. She paused for a second, then added, I know you researched her, Thad. After you started the book, you went back and pulled every periodical you could get your hands on. Quite the diligent little library patron. Weren't you surprised to find the legends and tales about her in those old texts, stories so close to the ones you thought came out of your sexy little head? She lived long before you stumbled into her world, lover boy. You get that, don't you? If I were you, I would try to recall just how you came into possession of the journal. It started there, didn't it? With that journal? Thad remembered. His wife had found the journal in an antique shop. The perfect place for an old story to be reborn, she said. You must wonder, Thad, did the story come from you or from the journal? I think you've known the answer to that little question for a long time, Christina pointed out. How? He heard himself ask. Her world is one of magic, the unexplained. She knew the journal would one day tell her story. She also understood that story would lead the world back to her, would lead her back to the world. She has many followers, Thad. We've been waiting for her. We've been waiting a very long time. Now it's up to you to bring her back to us. Thad lowered his head and ran his hand through his hair. She's evil, he finally said. The clock is ticking, Thad. Your family doesn't have much time. You must find her and bring her home. Where do I start? Where do you think, Thad? You need to start where your story ends, with a very special box. The box. Thad had tried to forget about the box after completing the book. He wanted to forget everything it stood for, but the box never left his thoughts, nor did its resting place. He stood from the bed and went to his suitcase. He found a small pill bottle resting between his socks. Popping the cap, he palmed two. Risperidone. He hadn't taken them for months, but they had helped with the voices before. They had helped silence them. She won't let you forget, Christina said. Not yet. You've got work to do. I want to speak to my wife and daughter, Thad told her, staring down at the pills. We're watching you, Thad. You need to hurry. No calls to anyone. The line went dead. Thad found himself sitting in perfect silence. The image of this girl burned in his mind. He swallowed the medication dry, wondering if a couple little pills could keep this girl from coming back. Chapter 24, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. My house seemed strangely cold as I arrived there after the long day of trial. I piled wood into the hearth and stoked the fire. I had little for dinner, but such things didn't matter. My appetite had left me. The trial had concluded for the day about 4 hours earlier, as nobody was willing to stay past dusk. Mercy Shart was taken home by her husband against the advice of Dr. Groton, who thought she was in too fragile a state to return to the very place in which she had suffered her horrors. Mercy herself had silenced him, convinced the witch would find her tonight regardless of where she slept. Only God offered protection, she said. At her insistence, Father Lawson would keep watch. The warmth of the fire called out to me, and I went to my favorite chair. Pulling a warm blanket down over me, I watched the flames dance over the logs and lost myself in the steady hiss and rasp of the hearth. I woke moments later to a hand on my shoulder and warm breath at my ear.
"Don't be startled," a voice instructed.
Such warning did little good. I jumped from my chair and turned around. Although my eyes were adjusted to the darkness, I found it difficult to perceive the form before me, her face cloaked beneath the shadows of a dark hood. "Reveal yourself," I commanded, doing my best to hide my fear. Reaching behind me, I grabbed the fire stoke.
"Wait!"
Her long, delicate hands went to her cloak and pulled the hood back. As her face found the light, my heart froze within my chest. The girl had escaped from the confines of the church. "How did you free yourself?" She shook her head.
"You speak of my sister. The magistrate holds her in that tiny, damp cell, not I."
I suspected twins, for no sibling resembled another quite so remarkably, unless such was true. "You are wanted too," I pointed out. "The charges faced by your sister were brought upon the entire family." She nodded.
"It bothers me so to be free when she suffers at their hands, but I must help her, and I cannot if I am shackled at her side."
"As a servant of the court, I am obligated to report you," I told her, the fire stoke still gripped firmly in my hand. "I am obligated to bring you to them."
"If that is what your heart tells you, then you clearly have no choice."
Her sad eyes filled with desperation and defeat. I realized I was staring and looked to the floor. "Why have you come to me?" She took a step forward. Her warm breath caressed my face.
"You are of a good heart, and you know these accusations are untrue."
"I have said no such thing."
"What you feel and what you speak are clearly at conflict, but we both know the truth."
For that, I held no answer. There had been much testimony against her sister. I had even witnessed events firsthand, but a part of me truly did find innocence there, despite the evidence against her.
"Like the others in town, you are afraid the magistrate will charge you as a conspirator if you were to voice your true feelings."
It was true. She reached out to me, her delicate fingers wrapping around my hand.
"You must help us," she pleaded.
The words to put her touch to paper elude me, for I have never before nor after experienced such a thing. An energy escaped her and found its way to me, slipping across my skin much like rain falling from the heavens. Exquisite. Entrancing. I forced myself to pull away and took a step back. "Are you what they accuse you to be?" I asked, not sure that I wanted to hear the answer.
"I am no more dangerous than you."
"Do not evade me! Are you what they accuse you to be?" I repeated, no longer concealing the anger in my voice.
"Please, you must help us,"
she pleaded. "I cannot." She looked to me, her eyes filled with sorrow.
"For that, I am so sorry."
Her hand came up with such speed, a movement faster than I could have imagined possible. I felt her fingers brush my forehead.
"Dormius,"
she breathed. My eyes became heavy. My mind clouded with sleep as my legs disappeared beneath me. I saw her smile as I fell. I couldn't help but long for the beauty of it as all went black. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 25, Day 2, 9:30 a.m. Rachel woke to a crash. Beside her, Ashley stirred, then looked to her as she wiped the sleep from her eyes.
"What was that, Mommy?"
Rachel shook her head and pulled back the covers, shivering as the cool morning air found her. I think it came from outside. Rising from the bed, she went to the window and glanced out over their front yard, peering through the unforgiving thick rain. Damn! The large oak tree had succumbed to whatever had killed their lawn the day before and toppled over. Brittle and splintered branches littered their yard, lying atop a pile of brown, dead leaves.
"Our tree fell over, sweetie. It's sick, like the grass."
30 minutes later, they had showered and made their way to the kitchen, where they found Ms. Perez fussing over a quick breakfast.
"I already called Senor Paskin, and he will be on his way with a crew to remove the old tree as soon as the rain stops. So you just sit and relax, and I will take care of everything."
As soon as the rain stops, right. Rachel took a seat and poured herself a cup of decaf. Any messages? Ms. Perez set a plate of toast and eggs in front of her and shook her head.
"No calls, Miss Rachel. I'm sorry."
Where was he? Why hadn't he called? What was he doing?
"I'm hungry too,"
Ashley explained as she pulled herself into her favorite chair. Ms. Perez brought her a plate.
"I didn't forget about you, little one. Here you are."
"Miss Perez, do you think we have rats?" Rachel asked. Ms. Perez's eyes grew wide.
"Rats? Oh, please, no rats. They are foul, foul rodents."
"You haven't seen anything?"
"No rats, no mice. This house is very clean all the time,"
Ms. Perez protested. "I'm not blaming you, Miss Perez. You do a great job. But this is an old house, and sometimes they can get in."
"Maybe with the weather."
Rachel nodded. "Especially with bad weather." Ms. Perez stopped wiping the counter and came over to the table.
"Then perhaps I did see something."
"What?"
"Yesterday, when vacuuming, I thought I saw something run behind the couch in the living room, but I found nothing when I looked closer," she said.
"A rat?"
"It was so fast I cannot be sure," she told her.
Rachel hesitated for a moment, then stood and went to the living room, the housekeeper following close on her heels.
"I think the light played a trick on me," she said.
Someone had drawn the drapes in an attempt to block out the dismal weather, leaving the room in a dark gloom all its own. With the windows closed, the space had taken on a musty scent that was bound to awaken her allergies if she remained too long. The stench found her as soon as she neared the couch.
"It stinks, Mommy."
Rachel turned to find Ashley at the doorway with Buster close on her heels. "You should finish your breakfast, honey. We'll be right back."
"I want to chase the rats, too," she pouted.
Rachel rolled her eyes. "Okay, but stay behind us. All right, sweetie?" Ashley nodded and sat on the floor. Buster fell to the ground beside her with a grunt. Cautiously approaching the couch, nausea crept up Rachel's throat as the pungent odor grew stronger. Ms. Perez came to her side, a broom held high. Reaching for the corner of the couch, Rachel tugged the heavy piece of furniture away from the wall, ready to jump the moment an uninvited guest appeared.
"Careful, Miss Rachel,"
Ms. Perez said. Rachel pulled the couch further still, revealing several dirt piles and another hole in the wall similar to the one she had found in her daughter's room.
"They are smart to hide,"
Ms. Perez said, gripping the broom handle hard enough to turn her knuckles white. Rachel stepped between the couch and the wall and lowered herself to the ground in order to get a closer look. Like the hole upstairs, this one was also 4 inches in circumference and appeared to have been cut with some sort of tool, almost too perfect to have been chewed by rats. Cautiously reaching inside, she felt around until her fingers grazed the stud, also like upstairs.
Let and Apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
A series of grooves had been cut into the wood, creating a makeshift ladder of sorts. "Ew," she heard herself say. As she turned her head, she realized the odor wasn't coming from the wall, but from the couch. "Help me up," she said. Ms. Perez helped her to her feet, unwilling to surrender the broom. "This hole is new. I would have found it yesterday." If that were the case, why no drywall dust or debris? Rachel questioned, keeping the comment to herself. She turned back to the couch. "I need you to help me flip this over," she said, studying the couch carefully. "We need to check the bottom." "You should not move furniture." "It's not that heavy. I'll be all right," she assured her. She shook her head. "Mr. Thad would not approve." "Mr. Thad is not here right now. I won't tell him if you don't," she replied. The woman positioned herself on the opposite end of the couch. Ashley and Buster continued to watch them quietly from the doorway. "On 3 we roll it, okay?" Again Ms. Perez nodded. Rachel gripped the back and bottom of the couch and bent her knees. 1, 2, 3... The couch was far heavier than it appeared, and both women grunted as its weight shifted in their hands, sending the piece of furniture tumbling forward. Rachel pulled her hands free before they were pinned underneath, grateful to find Ms. Perez had done the same, jumping to the side as the couch tumbled over and settled on its back. The smell drifted up in a cloud of foul, dank air, and Rachel turned away, unwilling to allow the stench to overcome her. "Oh, my," Ms. Perez said. Rachel followed her gaze to the underside of the couch, now facing up. Another hole had been cut in the fabric. Just like the others, this one was about 4 inches in circumference and perfectly round. Damp earth covered the floor, the same rotten soil they had found throughout the house, piled where the couch had sat. Whatever had brought the dirt here was clearly building a stockpile inside the couch. The edges of the hole were damp, and the stink rose from within. Rachel imagined tiny worms wriggling through the fabric, searching for their next meal. Tiny little worms everywhere she had found the dirt, their yard, in the walls, within furniture, her daughter's room.
"Mommy, they could be in the couch," Ashley breathed. "The rats might be hiding."
Not rats, Rachel thought. It's something else. Ms. Perez poked at the bottom of the couch with the broom, but nothing moved. Only more dirt filtered out. "Ms. Perez, please call an exterminator." "Yes, ma'am," she said, poking the couch one final time. "Do we have any traps in the house?" The housekeeper shook her head. "I have not seen any." "As soon as the weather breaks, go to the store and pick some up, okay?" Again she nodded. Ashley was standing behind her, her eyes fixed on the hole in the wall.
"They're living in the house, inside the wall, aren't they, Mummy?"
Rachel turned to her daughter and knelt down. "Don't worry, honey. I don't think we have more than one. The furry little guy probably wants to get out of the rain like the rest of us."
"There's more than one,"
Ashley told her. Rachel ran her hand through her daughter's hair. "Why don't you go finish your breakfast? Ms. Perez and I will take care of this." Ashley nodded, then headed back toward the kitchen. Buster eyed the hole suspiciously for a moment longer before following her out of the room. "Please find something to seal it," she instructed, "at least until the exterminator gets here." Ms. Perez nodded. "I'll find something in the garage." Chapter 26, Day 2, 9:50 a.m. Ms. Perez stepped into the garage and crinkled her nose. "Esto huele terrible aquí," she howled. "Tal suciedad en todas partes." Noxious odors hit her like a wall. She fumbled with the light switch, bringing the large fluorescence overhead to life. Dirt covered the floor, the same foul-smelling dirt they had found inside the house. Careful not to step in it, Ms. Perez crossed the garage to Mr. Thad's workbench on the far wall. "So unorganized," she said, scanning the cluttered shelves. After shuffling past assorted cans of used paint, she spotted a small canister of plaster and drywall patches and scooped them up. She also found a box of mousetraps and rat poison. She knew Ms. Rachel would not want her to place poison around the house, but sometimes these things needed to be done. If the filthy dog was dumb enough to eat the powder, so be it. She couldn't be expected to clean up after all of them and look out for their mutt, too, not for the little they paid her. With the arsenal in hand, Ms. Perez headed back into the house, turning off the lights with her elbow. When Rachel's hand fell upon the doorknob to her husband's office, she hesitated. Was she trespassing? Of course not. She had been in the room more times than she could count. With Thad. Always with Thad. He wouldn't care, though, would he? They don't have any secrets. This is his space, his private place. Why was her heart racing so? This was ridiculous. If he had been home to ask, he would tell her to go right in, maybe straighten up a little while she was in there, he would joke. She recalled her dream from the other night, how the door stood open, the journal left unguarded on his desk. Drawing a deep breath into her lungs, she twisted the knob and crept over the threshold. The light from the hallway sliced into the dark room, and she followed behind it, stepping only in its wake. His office felt cold, the air stale. She glanced up. The vent was open. The central heat was on. Reaching across the desk, she turned on the Tiffany reading lamp. Its glow creeped over the dark space, sending shadows scurrying to the corners. What am I doing? Years had passed since he had cheated on her, only the one time. You were pregnant then, about 9 months in, just like now. They were in such a bad place back then. His failed first novel had brought little income. There were so many bills, and the landlord, God, she had almost forgotten Mr. Rainey, his incessant pounding on their door at all hours. Thad, eyes wide, shushing her with a finger to his lips. If she hadn't taken a second shift at the donut shop, they surely would have moved back in with her parents. She had hated him, hated how he had plucked her from her life and trapped her, trapped her in an impoverished marriage with a child on the way. She had given up everything for him: school, career, any chance at a successful future. He secretly blamed her for getting pregnant. He resented her. She knew he did. And the drinking. The only thing keeping his drinking in check was their lack of funds. He had been working around the clock with her, this Alyssa, a 20-something brunette brought in by his publisher to help edit the second book. He wrote at a maddening pace, scrawling the text in his journal, a reckless hand, unreadable by most. His publisher tasked this girl with putting Thad's words to paper and making sense of his work. They spent days together locked in a small office downtown, huddled over that damn journal. She imagined Thad over her shoulder as she typed frantically at a computer, a whiff of her hair, the scent of perfume, the hint of a breast behind a thin blouse as she bent to turn the page. It was bound to occur, the two of them alone, his home life in ruins. He had told her that same night, collapsing at her feet in tears. Smelling of bourbon, he had confessed the entire torrid episode. He explained how they had finished the book, how incredible this one was, beyond anything else he had ever done. He told her they had gotten caught up in the celebration, lost in the excitement. Rachel had been too bitter to care, to feel an ounce of jealousy. The girl boarded a plane, gone from their lives. Manuscript in hand, she returned to New York. Rachel planned to leave Thad the next morning, and would have, if not for his publisher's phone call just after first light. He had met Alyssa at the airport and read the entire book, unable to put the story down. The girl had raved, and with good reason. Thad had a bestseller on his hands, he had no doubt, and they planned to put every possible resource behind this one. And they had. A FedEx envelope had arrived a day later containing a $10,000 advance and 2 first-class tickets to the city. Fewer than 6 months later, Thad was at the top of the New York Times fiction list. Talk of a movie followed. That was the first book he had written in the journal, the first of many. In the years that followed, Thad still drank, but only in moderation. The man she had hated during that dark time faded away along with their problems, replaced by the caring father and husband he was today. All of this seemed a lifetime ago. He had cheated on her, and while there was no excuse, she had forgiven him. They had moved on. She learned to trust him again. You want to trust him. When was the last time he touched you? She closed the door and studied the room. His desk was bare but for his MacBook and a ream of crisp white paper beside the printer. She searched each drawer and found the usual clutter: paper clips, old magazines, rubber bands, pens, pencils, the anniversary card she had given him in January, a rose on the cover. She opened it. My love, may our next year be as happy as the last. Love always, R. She stared down at the card. Once a cheater. Rachel replaced the card and powered on his laptop. The familiar Apple logo blinked past, and the screen settled on his desktop. No password set. Clicking through the various icons, she loaded his mail program and scanned his emails. Dozens contained spam and advertisements. 4 messages were from Dell, a waste of time. 2 jokes forwarded from Facebook, and the third was a picture of a rotten tomato with the caption, "We're making a movie. Get your ass to New York." The 4th contained only his flight itinerary. The oldest email came from his publisher. The subject read, "Proposed cover art." She clicked on it, opening the message. From Ryan McDermott to Thad McAllister. Date, Thursday, December 3rd, 2014,
8:14 p.m. Subject, proposed cover art. Got your text yesterday with proposed cover art. Did you draw those? Didn't know you could draw. The old woman might be a little too creepy for the cover. You want people to pick up the book when they walk past, not run and hide. I like the ones of the girl, though. Maybe you go with something like that? We can talk when you get back from New York. Give the manuscript to Dell like we discussed. I'll get the book from him. Can't wait to read it. Safe trip. Ryan D.
Thad couldn't draw. He never could. And since when did he text? He had an iPhone, but only because the flip phone he had carried for years died after taking a header off the kitchen table a few months back. At last check, he hadn't installed a single app. She, however, used hers religiously, and as an avid member of the cult of Apple, was well versed in all the various intricacies of their ecosystem, in particular, iMessage's ability to sync across platforms. Most people don't realize this, but if you own an iPhone and a Mac, both systems will stay in constant sync. If you bought a song or a movie on your MacBook, the purchase immediately appeared on your iPhone. If you took a picture with your phone, you can go to the photo stream on your Mac, and the image is there. Users can seamlessly jump from one device to the other and pick up right where they left off. The same holds true of iMessage, the iPhone's built-in texting application. Conversations on one instantly appear on the other. The system has a quirky side effect, though. If you delete a text conversation on one device, the messages remain on the other until the system needs the space. Text messages rarely got lost. Rachel clicked on Launchpad, bringing up a list of Thad's available programs. She located iMessage and opened the program. Only one conversation in the queue, 2 days ago, with Ryan and his publisher. Thad. Ryan, are you there? Ryan. Thad, when did you join the 21st century? Thad. Ha. Thad. Smartass. Ryan. What's up? Thad. Heading to New York to meet up with Dell. Want me to give him the manuscript? He said he's meeting with you, too. Ryan. Can't you email it? Thad. Some of it's in longhand. Also has some sketches and drawings. Not sure how to get them into my Mac. Best to give you a printout with photocopies. Ryan. Seriously? You haven't gone old school with longhand since your second one. Thad. Hopefully this one will do as well. Ryan. Kay, give the manuscript to Dell then. Thad. I've got some ideas for the cover. I'll send them to you in a second. Ryan. No problem. Thad. Okay. Bye. Ryan. People don't say bye in texts, Thad. You're not hanging up. You crack me up. Smiley face. Thad. Okay. Signing off. Thad. Bye. Thad. Seems weird not to say bye. Ryan. Okay. Bye, Thad. He followed the conversation with 2 photographs of sketches. Rachel's eyes widened as she double-clicked on the first image, enlarging it to see a profile of an old woman in tattered clothing. The hood of the woman's cloak pulled over her head cast a shadow across worn, wrinkled skin. Her eyes stared from the page and bore into Rachel. The woman's hand was raised, her twisted fingers ending in long fingernails scratching at the air. The woman from her nightmare. The one who claimed rights to her child. Rachel knew the image had been drawn in Thad's journal. She could see the metal binding gripping the paper's edge. How? A single word scribbled beneath the woman. Her. Rachel scrolled down to the second image and opened it. A young girl. The most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Radiant dark hair flowing past her shoulders, flawless skin, and her eyes. Although the sketch was black and white, Thad had shaded the eyes with blue, the only color to appear on the page. 4 words scrawled below the image, this stunning girl. Her. Then beneath that, anything for her.
Chapter 27, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone.
Thick and cold, the air caused me to wake suddenly. A fog of chilly night lit by the moon inched across the floor, chasing the shadows. I glanced around in search of her, but she was gone. For how long, I could not be sure. My throat was dry, and my bones ached. I wiped my weary eyes and slid my feet to the cold wooden planks. It was then that I saw the footprints. Muddy tracks leading to the door. I will not attempt to explain my reasoning. I do not understand myself. My actions were not sound, not that of a God-fearing man. I reached for my coat and boots and followed the tracks into the night.
Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 28, Day 2, 9:45 a.m. Del Thomas stepped into his apartment and quickly went to his desk. Carefully, he opened his briefcase, removed the manuscript, and set the pages down before him, his fingertips feeling the warmth rising from the stack. He had finished the manuscript on the plane and didn't have the words to describe what he read. The story both disturbed him and inspired him. It brought fear and excitement, more so than anything else he had ever read. Her life brought chills to his tired bones. He couldn't get her out of his mind. Outside, lightning filled the morning sky, followed by a thick roll of thunder, which shook his building like the angry hands of a giant on a toy. Del didn't waste any time. Running to the kitchen, he tore open the cabinets and began gathering all the bowls he could find, large and small, plastic and glass. As a bachelor, he quickly realized more of the objects he sought were in the sink rather than the cabinets, freeing 3 more from a mess of unwashed dishes. He found 8 in all and stacked them in his arms, then went to his balcony. Again, lightning filled the sky. He grew anxious. The balcony wasn't large, but it would do. Carefully he began placing the bowls on the floor before him, setting down the last as the first drops of rain fell. Del stood and admired his work. Within moments, the heavens opened up and rain began to fall in thick sheets. He watched as the bowls began catching drop after drop. Del knew he had much more to do today. The book was very specific. Her needs were very specific. Grabbing his coat and an umbrella, Del headed out into the dismal morning. The next item on his list might prove to be more elusive. Thad retrieved his cell phone from the corner of the room. He had thrown the iPhone hard enough to shut it down, but at least he didn't crack the display. He pressed the power button, hoping he hadn't damaged it. When the Apple logo appeared, he breathed. When the main menu filled the screen, Thad clicked through to the call log. Blank. Emails and texts were gone as well. Why did he have to throw the phone? Part of him needed to find her call in the log, something to confirm last night had really happened. But if she's real, then what she's asking is real. You have to find the room in a box. Better that she's not real. Better that he imagined everything, the park, the call this morning. That would mean his family was safe, not held by whom? This group, followers of the witch in his book. How was that even possible?
Maybe some cult would pop up after publication. The world was filled with crazies. But how could such a group exist before the book's publication? She told the truth, Thad. You know she did. The witch is real. She planted the book in your head. She made you write it. She made you put the entire story on paper for them. For her. She wants to come back. And you're going to help. Thad stared down at the pill bottle still in his hand. When he took them, he couldn't write. They shut down the creativity, the desire. They silenced the voices of his characters. Would they silence her? Not if she's real. Thad showered and dressed, then went downstairs. At this early hour, the bar was closed, but he spotted the bartender from last night taking inventory, preparing for the night ahead. The young man looked up when Thad approached. "Sleeping Beauty lives." Thad offered a weak smile. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior yesterday. We were celebrating and things got out of hand. I should have stopped when my agent left." The bartender heaved a case of Coors Light onto the counter and began filling the well. "No worries, Mr. McAllister. If we don't celebrate life's little moments, what else have we got? You most definitely looked like you had a good time. That's for sure. Speaking of that, any idea what happened to the girl I was talking to?" The bartender laughed. "You're going to need to be more specific. You had quite the crowd around you." Crowd? Thad didn't remember a crowd. Only her. Long dark hair, blue eyes, dark skirt, white blouse. I may have left with her. He frowned. "Sorry, last night was busy." "She said she came back and asked you and a friend to help me up to my room." "I think someone's playing you. I went out for a smoke and found you standing outside, covered in mud. Smelled like you'd recycled a meal or two. Didn't see a girl. I got your room number from the front desk. Billy and me took you up to 31 in the elevator and dropped you at your suite so you'd sleep it off," he said. Thad tried to recall what had happened, but nothing came back. "Hey, we've all been there. That's how I got this tattoo." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dolphin with an angry smirk. "One too many tequila shots. Next thing you know, I've got this and some girl I'd never met going through my wallet at 3 in the morning. Alcohol can lead to many a bad night. You've got to shake it off. Forget. Start the day anew." "Yeah, you're probably right. Best to turn a blind eye than to try to sort out what happened." "Exactly." Thad's phone vibrated, and he glanced down at the screen. A single text. Unknown. "You have 3 days, Thad. You need to get started." Chapter 29. Day 2, 9:55 a.m. From the safety of Fort Buster, an oversized recliner positioned in the far corner of the living room, surrounded by strategically stacked pillows, Ashley and Buster monitored the couch with attentive eyes. Ashley had ordered Buster to take the first guard duty shift while she had scoured the house in search of weapons and supplies. He obeyed, laying low to the ground, his worried gaze fixed on the couch. When Ashley returned 15 minutes later, he had whimpered a soft hello before turning back to the couch, his tail thumping on the hardwood at his back. "Shh," Ashley ordered, holding his tail still with her free hand.
"I got us lots of good stuff," she told him. "I got my slingshot, Daddy's fishing net, some cheese. Hey!"
Buster had found the cheese and made quick work of the morsel. His muzzle was now searching the ground for crumbs, while his large brown eyes begged forgiveness from his superior officer.
"That was the last of our bait," Ashley frowned. "How are we going to catch anything without bait?"
Buster cocked his head and whimpered.
It's okay, boy. We'll find something else.
When Buster's ears stood at attention and he fell silent, Ashley knew she was coming back.
The enemy.
She ushered Buster deeper into their alcove and held her breath as Ms. Perez stepped back into the room with an armload of supplies of her own. She dropped them at her feet and said something in Spanish that Ashley could only assume was naughty. She was always saying naughty things. Lying on her stomach, Ashley peered under the recliner at the housekeeper. Beside her, Buster licked her face and then turned his attention back to Ms. Perez and the strange items she had brought into the room. She struggled with the couch, wrestling it further away from the wall. Reaching into her supplies, she pulled out a small piece of drywall, rounded the edges to fit the hole, and forced the patch into place. She then applied tape and drywall mud, sealing the small space. Ashley and Buster remained still as the housekeeper set a number of mousetraps without cheese, then spread a black powder on the floor at the baseboard. Finished, Ms. Perez stood and inspected her handiwork. With a satisfied grunt, she gathered her supplies and left the room. Ashley and Buster waited a moment before leaving the safety of Fort Buster and making their way to the newly patched hole, remaining clear of the smelly couch. Buster guarded the door as Ashley knelt down to get a better look at the hole, avoiding the traps and dark powder. She could hear them on the other side. At first, the slight scratching was barely audible, but the sound grew louder. Ashley imagined not 2 tiny hands clawing at the new plaster, but 4, then 6, then 8, their numbers growing as they attempted to break through before the patch dried. Buster was standing beside her now, also eyeing the hole, a subtle whimper growing in his throat. When a little fist poked through, Ashley tried to scream, but her voice had left her. Thad watched the driver load his luggage into the back of the cab, then climbed inside.
Where to, buddy?
JFK Airport, please. With a blast of the horn, they wedged out into traffic. Thad pulled out his phone and glanced down at the screen. As before, everything had reset. All the logs were empty, including text messages. He must have broken the phone when he threw it. Or she never really texted you. You imagined it. He dialed home, unsure of what he would get. The line rang several times, then went to a fast, busy signal. No voicemail. Thad hung up and felt another surge of guilt. You didn't cheat on your wife, he told himself. You wouldn't do that. In your drunken haze, you dreamt the whole mess. Had to be a dream. It was natural to dream of a sexual encounter with a stranger, particularly when you're away from the woman you love. But she's not a stranger, is she? His phone rang, and he quickly pressed the answer button. Rachel?
I thought I set the rules, Thad. Wasn't I clear? You are to have no contact with your family until this is over.
Christina, I need to know they're all right, he told her. Your only concern should be the box, she said. I have to speak to them, he insisted. You need to keep them alive, she replied, long enough to find the box. How do I know you won't hurt them? You will not be permitted to speak to them. You will not be permitted to see them. You will not be permitted to return home until you have the box, she said. Those are the rules. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Thad replied, disconnecting the call. He checked the call log. Unknown. 5 seconds ago. She was real. She had to be real. This proved it, didn't it? This girl had his family. He had no idea how many other people were involved, but he assumed she wasn't working alone. In fact, something told him she had eyes and ears everywhere, possibly even here. He looked up at the driver, then turned away when their gazes met in the rearview mirror. Chapter 30. 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. A thick fog wrapped around me as I found myself deep within the forest, the town lost behind me, now sleeping at this late hour. I had considered turning around a number of times. I had no business in these woods, of this I was certain. My curiosity led me forward, though. It would be the death of me some day, I thought, always silencing my better judgment, tempting the fate laid out for me by my Lord. I had been to this place only once prior, long ago as a child on the dare of Jude Olson, for even then our parents had told us it was an unholy place, one to which we were never to go. On that night, I hadn't traveled as far as I had tonight. Instead, I had turned back with the first hoot of an owl that became a bear when I retold the story. I hadn't found the witch's house on that night, but like the others in our town, I knew where it was. Tonight I heard many animals, most of which watched me cautiously from behind a blanket of shadows as I pressed deeper into the woods. When the cabin came into view, my heart raced within my chest, my breath caught before me in a misty haze. I crouched low among the brush and peered across the clearing. A single candle burned at the window, the only light on this darkest of nights, the moon and stars cast out by a thick veil of clouds. I recalled the stories of childhood. The witch of the woods, the old woman clad in rags, with fingernails long and sharp, clicking and clacking as she anxiously awaited the souls of children to venture within her realm. Childhood tales, and nothing more. Bumps in the night spun by our parents, meant to raise the goose flesh and keep us from wandering alone in this vast forest, away from our homes, away from the safety of the town. Yet there was something about this place. Something wrong. Within the cabin, a shadow stirred. A cry filled the night. The mournful wail pierced the silence, sending birds fluttering from the trees as they found flight. I turned to flee, only to find an old woman standing mere inches behind me, her eyes wide, her lips peeled back over yellowed teeth in an unholy smile.
I knew your father, Clayton of Stone,
she hissed.
Will your blood be as sweet as his?
I pushed past her and raced back toward town without so much as a backward glance, my skin crawling, her rancid scent lingering as I fled, her nails snapping against one another. Clickety-click. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 31. Day 2, 10:30 a.m. I need to exchange this ticket for one to Boston, Massachusetts. Can I do that? The girl behind the Northeastern Airlines counter eyed Thad wearily, then took the ticket from his hand and began typing away at her terminal. Although dressed in an airline uniform, the counter girl wasn't quite what she seemed. A streak of bright pink hair poked out from under her regulation cap, and when she turned to fetch something off the printer, Thad glimpsed the top of a red thong beneath her tight slacks. Her perfume was familiar to him, but he couldn't quite place it. She returned to the counter with the printout in hand.
I've got a 3:15 into Boston, but nothing earlier. I'm sorry.
Glancing at the clock behind her, Thad noted the time. It was almost 10:30 in the morning. "That will have to do," he told her.
Can I see your driver's license, please?
Reaching into his wallet, Thad removed his driver's license and handed it to her. She glanced at the name and smiled back at him.
You're that writer, aren't you?
Thad nodded. "That's me. Which one is your favorite?"
Dunno. I don't read that trash, she said with a grin, returning his driver's license. I've never been into fiction much.
"Really? What do you read?" She shrugged her shoulders.
Between my class schedule and work, I don't have the time for recreational reading anymore. Just textbooks. This week I'm buried in algebra and European history. Not what I would call fun."
"That's a shame."
"Yeah, it is," she replied. "Do you like it?"
"Like what?"
"You know, writing."
"Most of the time I do," he told her.
"But not now?"
Thad shrugged his shoulders. "Sometimes it takes me in directions I really don't want to go."
"Like Boston?"
"Yeah, right. Like Boston."
"So why go?"
"I have to." "Sometimes choices aren't always your own to make," Thad said.
"Aren't you Captain Mystery?" she joked. "Is that an occupational hazard?"
"Something like that," he said. "Are we about done here?" Her face flushed, and she returned to her computer.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to pry."
Thad shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. You're not prying. I guess I'm just a little tired. I had a long night."
"Here you go, Mr. McAllister," she said, handing him his updated ticket. "You're all set to fly out of Gate 24 at 3:15, arriving in Boston at 4:20. Would you like me to arrange a rental car for you?"
Thad shook his head.
"Thank you for flying Northeastern Airlines," she said. "Can I help the next person in line, please?"
Thad smiled, scooped up his belongings, and made his way across the terminal to the waiting area where he found a seat in the corner. He settled in for a long wait. Running his hand across his stubbly chin, he sighed, then clicked open his briefcase. His journal sat inside, open to the sketch of the box. The Rumina box. Carved of oak and lined with lead, it forever holds the souls of the dead, he said softly. The simple phrase had come to him as easily did the name of the box, the story itself. Was he to believe the line had been placed in his mind, just dropped into his head, where it waited patiently to be told, to be written in the journal, to be shared with the world? Not a work of fiction, but a road map, one he followed now. The witch in his story had been capable of such a task. Of that he had no doubt. But she's not real. Last night seemed real enough. Her. He shook his head. What the hell was he doing? He should go home, just go home. Thad's rational side told him there was no box. There had never been a box. Yet the rest of him was convinced it would be right where his mind's eye had left it at the end of his novel, beneath an old oak tree, sleeping under a blanket of rotten earth. He wouldn't be able to get her out of his mind until he held the box in his hands. The story wasn't over yet, the ending yet to be written. Perhaps this was an epilogue, writing itself as he went, an epilogue to the book he had handed Dell. He had to follow through. If the Rumina box did exist, if her story was real, he had to find the box before someone else did, before it fell into the hands of someone unaware of its true power, or worse still, before it fell into the hands of someone who did. There is no box, there is no girl. Your mind is breaking, buddy. You're slipping fast. You're jumping on a plane to follow a delusion. Thad thought about the pills in his bag. He wanted to take another. Make all of this go away. But he needed to know if it was true. So go.
Chapter 32, Day 2, 10:30 a.m. Del Thomas fished $20 from his wallet, paid the cab driver, then darted from the car into the pouring rain, with his jacket held above his head like a makeshift umbrella. Careful not to slide on the wet pavement, he hurried onto the sidewalk and pushed through the thick crowd hunched below the awnings of the various storefronts of downtown Boston. Searching the signs, he spotted Rosemarie's Flowers about 3 doors down and stepped inside, leaving the weather at his back. The aroma hit him at once, and Del thought his allergies would quickly surface, but they did not. Instead, he found himself taking in the pleasant scents of the hundreds of flowers lining the shelves and tables, his eyes lost in a sea of color as they took in every bloom, every leaf. Until today, he had never thought of himself as much of a flower person. In fact, for the most part, he despised them. He wasn't home enough to care for a plant, and didn't see the point in keeping something around only to watch it meet an untimely demise, particularly at his hand. "You seem lost," the shopkeeper said from behind the far counter, eyeing him with the suspicion of a bank teller watching a customer wearing a hooded jacket in July. "Are you looking for something in particular? No wedding band, so I doubt you're picking up flowers for the missus, and today is certainly not the day to start a garden." Del shook the water from his jacket and crossed the store, forcing a smile. "Well, you've got me pegged, don't you?" The shopkeeper grinned. "Let's just say you don't look like one of my regulars." "Fair enough," Del replied. "I'm trying to find a very special plant, not one usually found in this part of the country. A bougainvillea." That is going to be tough. They typically only grow in the southern states and out west in the desert. They're not real fond of rain, so they're not hardy out here. They'll grow, but you won't see any blooms. What do you plan to do with it?" Del hesitated for a moment, choosing his words with care. "It's actually for a friend. She said she wants one, and I'm not about to question her motives. Her wish is my command, right?" he said with a wink. The shopkeeper frowned. "There's not a whole lot you can do with these. Sure, they're pretty, but they're covered in nasty thorns, prickly little things. They'll take a good bite out of you if you're not careful. And see these blooms?" He pulled a photo off the wall behind him and handed it to Del. "Those gorgeous blooms are deadly poisonous. Your friend, she doesn't have any pets, does she?" Del shook his head. "That's good. I'd hate for a dog or cat to chow down and get sick. Let me make a few phone calls and I'll find out how quickly I can get them delivered," he said. Del frowned. "You don't carry them here? Something like this? No, I'll have to get them from out west somewhere, or maybe even Florida. Give me a minute," he said, disappearing into the back room. Del swore under his breath. He didn't have that kind of time. He glanced down at the photo in his hand and flipped it over. "I'll be damned." There was an address written in the top left corner. Chapter 33, 1692, The Journal of Clayton Stone.
Mercy Short is dead, murdered as she slept. I glanced up from my writings to find Carol Binder's plump frame standing in the doorway. She was pale, clearly frightened.
"What is this?"
the magistrate bellowed. "We were to meet today, and when she did not appear by mid-morning, I went to her home. The door was open, and she did not answer my calls, so I went inside." She dropped her head into her hands. "It was the smell that I noticed first. Then I saw her." She began to weep. "So much blood," she breathed. The magistrate went for the door, led closely by the other elders.
"Come, boy,"
he ordered as he passed me.
"This should be documented."
Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 34. Day 2, 10:30 a.m. Ashley watched in horror as the tiny little hand poked through the fresh plaster and wiggled before her, grasping at the air. Like her own, the hand had 4 fingers and a thumb, but the similarities stopped there. Its nails were long and sharp, its skin a dark gray, almost black. The hand was bony, yet strong. It seemed to reach for her, held back only by the thinly repaired wall, which cracked away at a fast clip. Buster had backed up, growling, his angry throat working itself up to a bark. Ashley remembered the red eyes from the night before, eyes which clearly belonged to the owner of this hand. She also remembered how the monster had bitten Buster, how it had wanted to bite her. A small piece of plaster broke away, and the arm reached closer, its tiny shoulder poking through the hole. Ashley frantically looked around her, eyes settling on the various mousetraps Ms. Perez had left behind. Fighting back tears, she picked up one of the traps and eased it toward the flailing hand. When its fingers brushed the wood, the creature paused for a moment, no doubt attempting to determine what it had found, then snatched the edge, pulling the trap away from Ashley and slamming it into the plaster. Like a battering ram, the monster continued to pull the trap back hard against the wall, chipping away at the plaster with each hit. Unsure of what to do, Ashley gripped the trap with both hands and tried to take it away. From behind the wall came a frustrated grunt. Then another hand appeared and reached for the wood. Tiny fingers brushed the trap's trigger, and the metal spring released, sending the bar crashing back onto the little hands, severing them above the wrists. The creature squealed in pain and disappeared back into the hole. Ashley fell back, the mousetrap still in her hand. In all the commotion, Ashley hadn't heard Buster barking, nor did she notice her mother rush in from the other room. Both were standing over her now, staring at the mousetrap in her hand. "What did you do?" her mother asked. "Are you hurt?" Ashley couldn't take her eyes off the trap. "What's wrong?" Ashley shook her head. The hands were gone, replaced with small piles of foul-smelling dirt. "Show me your fingers. Did they get caught in the trap?" Ashley dropped the trap and held her hands up to her mother. Satisfied that Ashley had not hurt herself, her mother let go and frowned. "Those things can break your bones. I don't want you anywhere near them, and God knows what that powder is. Go wash yourself, and promise me you'll stay away from here." Ashley could only nod her head. She wanted to tell her mother what she saw, but she didn't have the words. She wouldn't believe her anyway, no more than she did last night when the creature bit Buster. She needed proof. She needed to show her mommy they were real. Pouting, she stood and left the room with Buster following at her side, her only soldier. She couldn't help but wonder how many the enemy had, but she was sure it was a lot. Chapter 35, Day 2, 10:32 a.m. Rachel watched as her daughter skulked away before turning her attention back to the small hole in the wall. Ms. Perez had obviously sealed it as she had asked, but then why did Ashley try to reopen it? Did she think the rats were pets, like the furry little creatures in some of her cartoons? Perhaps she wanted to rescue them? She wasn't in the mood to try to get into her daughter's thoughts right now. She only wanted to solve this problem and possibly get some rest. Quickly searching the room, she found a stack of books on the end table and braced them against the hole like she did upstairs. She then repositioned the mousetraps around the books in case they were able to get through. The stench in this room had grown stronger and was making her nauseated. She hoped Ms. Perez had reached the exterminator. The couch had to go, too. They couldn't keep it, not after what they had found inside. Thunder crackled in the sky. Just what we need, she thought. More rain. She pulled her cell phone from her pocket and dialed Thad. Voicemail. Damn it. Should she try Dell? Not yet. He'll call. She had to give him space. Had to trust him. As she returned to the kitchen, she switched to iMessage and opened the 2 images she had forwarded from Thad's MacBook, the girl and the old woman. Both faces looked up at her from the phone's tiny screen, eyes so lifelike they seemed to follow her gaze. The old woman, haunted, horrifying. The young girl, longing and lustful. She had so many questions. How could Thad possibly have drawn the woman from her dreams, her nightmares? Not once had she mentioned the old woman to him. Not once. Miss Rachel. Rachel jumped, nearly dropping the phone. I'm sorry, Miss Rachel. I did not mean to frighten you. Ms. Perez was at the kitchen door, a dust cloth in her hand. Rachel forced a smile. I'm a little jumpy. Mr. Thad will call, Ms. Perez said. I am sure he is just busy. He has much love for you. Rachel nodded. Thank you, Carmen. The exterminator will be here Friday before lunch. I called a friend of mine. He is very nice. He will do a very good job. He can't come sooner? No, Friday is the earliest. I called 2 others, but none are able to come until next week. My friend is the soonest and the best. He said no problem to wait until Friday. Please try to find someone who can come sooner, Rachel said. The woman nodded. I will try. Rachel glanced down at her phone, then back at her housekeeper. Ms. Perez. Yes, Miss Rachel. Have you ever seen my husband draw a picture? The woman appeared puzzled. When you clean his office, have you ever spotted any sketches? I would never snoop through Mr. Thad's work. I know that, Rachel said reassuringly. But maybe while you were cleaning, maybe you saw something? Ms. Perez's eyes turned to the floor. In his old book, the one on his desk, there are many drawings. I did not open the book, though. It was already open. I'm sure you didn't, Rachel said. And if the journal happened to be open on his desk, there is nothing wrong with taking a peek. Perez said nothing. What did you see, Carmen? What kind of drawings are in his journal? Mr. Thad would not be angry? Of course not. If he left the book open on his desk, I think he'd want you to look. I see many drawings, she told her. Drawings of what? There was an old tree and a picture of a box,
she recalled. Both were very good drawings. Mr. Thad is a talented man.
Any pictures of women? Perez hesitated. She tugged at her left thumb with her right hand and shuffled her feet. Carmen? She spoke softly. There were women. Rachel held the phone out to her. Did you see these two? Perez glanced at the screen and nodded. Many of both. Do you know who they are? She shook her head. Are they characters from his book? Or do you think they're real? I do not know. Has he ever mentioned them to you? Maybe he saw you looking through his journal? The woman grew quiet. Your marriage is happy, yes? Of course, Rachel said without hesitation. Why do you ask? Perez fidgeted, unsure if she should continue. Why do you ask, Carmen? Her housekeeper pointed to the picture of the young girl. In many of the pictures, this one is naked. He draws her many times naked. Chapter 36, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. I didn't want to go. Let me make that perfectly clear. The magistrate insisted, however, leaving me with little choice but to follow him back to the church and down the dark, narrow staircase at the back. I carried a candle, but the flame neither fought back the shadows nor intimidated the cold, which grew stronger with each step as we descended the stairs into the damp basement. The earthen floor was muddy with last night's rain. Tugging at my every step, muck seeped into my boots. It's just ahead, the magistrate told me. We came to a large oak door, and he pulled a key from around his neck. The lock turned with a clunk that echoed in the narrow hallway. He pulled at the large door, and it slowly opened, revealing another hallway. This one was lined with black metal bars on either side. Cells. At least 4 of them beneath the church. My church. When were these built? Who authorized such a thing? I couldn't help but ask. The magistrate silenced me with a glare. Our breath formed a fog trailing at our backs as we stepped into the chamber. The magistrate tensed as he neared the cell on the far left. With his candle, he lit the lantern hanging on the corridor wall, sending an eerie glow dancing across the stone. I didn't spot her at first. It wasn't until I approached the bars that I saw her small frame curled tight on the floor beside the wooden bed. She was shrouded in a frilled blanket. I could feel her eyes on me, but her face was lost to the shadows. "Get up, you wench!" the magistrate ordered, his voice bellowing off the stone walls. Her tiny frame remained still. He picked up a bucket of water from beside the wall and flung it at the bars, soaking the girl and her wooden bed. Her head jerked up from beneath the blanket, and she hissed at him, her eyes dark as coal. "Enough!" the magistrate shouted. "Mercy Short and her husband were murdered in their bed. What do you know of this?" Although his voice was strong and sure, I couldn't help but hear a sliver of fear in his words. I refused to look at her directly, knowing if she truly was a witch, only a direct glance would be enough for her spell to grip me. I found it hard not to gaze at her, particularly after the visit of her sister, a visit of which I had failed to tell anyone. She glanced up at me, and a smile filled her lips. "Finally,
You have brought a witness to view the conditions in which I've been kept. Perhaps his heart isn't as dark as yours."
The magistrate raised the bucket, ready to soak her again. I reached up and grabbed his arm mid-swing.
"How dare you?" he breathed.
"Angering her will not bring us answers," I told him. "Perhaps if she agrees to tell us what we need to know, there will be no need for further punishment." The magistrate held the bucket with quaking hands, then set it down at his feet.
"You shouldn't find pity for such a foul creature. She is less than a dog."
It was not her I pitied, but I dared not speak my true feelings.
"What part did you take in their deaths?"
She smiled back at him.
"What would you like me to say? That witchcraft allowed me to leave this cage and dispose of that liar and her wretched man, then return unnoticed? Would that satisfy you?"
She rolled her eyes.
"Perhaps I stopped at the local tavern for a drink and nourishment as well. I have told you I am not a witch. I am not capable of such things."
The magistrate kicked the bucket of water at her.
"You lie. You had a hand in this."
She stood, and the blanket fell from her petite frame, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She approached the bars. Her dark blue eyes burned through the shadows, so much so that I had to look away.
"If I were capable of taking a life while locked in this terrible place, don't you think it would be yours?"
she said to the magistrate, her finger gently brushing against his on the cold metal. The magistrate pulled away.
"You sicken me."
"I don't think it was you," I told her. She smiled.
"Finally, a man with sensibilities."
"Where can we find your mother and sisters?" I asked, my eyes locked with hers. She turned away, ever so quickly, and walked toward the back of her cell.
"I have no sisters, and my mother is long dead,"
she replied. "I don't believe you." She leaned against the back wall and ran her hand through her long dark hair.
"And why should you? After all, I am but a witch and a whore, am I not? Not someone to be trusted or believed. I was wrong about you. You're no different than the rest, no better than him."
She nodded toward the magistrate.
"This is a waste of time," he spat. "The trials will decide your fate soon enough. If there truly is blood on your hands, you will pay for your sins."
Her glare found his, her eyes black and cold.
"As will you,"
she concurred.
"As will you."
Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 37. Day 2, 3:15 p.m. Thad settled into his seat in first class with his briefcase on his lap. He watched in silence as the passengers of Flight 931 boarded the plane, filling it from front to back. He needed a drink. He knew after the previous night that the last thing he should do was hit the bottle, but his nerves were on edge, and if he didn't do something to calm down soon, he wouldn't be able to focus on his task. He wouldn't be able to find the box. The box. Did they have Rachel and Ashley? Just because they weren't answering the phone didn't mean they were in danger. They might be out shopping, or visiting neighbors, or even... They have them. They have them for sure. "Excuse me, miss." The flight attendant paused in the aisle, turned and smiled.
"Yes, sir?"
Thad did his best to smile back. Would it be possible to get a drink?
"I'm sorry, sir, but we're not permitted to serve alcohol until after takeoff,"
she replied, pressing against his arm in order to allow a passenger to pass down the aisle.
Sorry,
she blushed. Thad smiled. No problem. Listen, normally I wouldn't ask, but I'm a real nervous flyer. I usually take a sleeping pill, but I didn't have a chance to pick some up. I could really use a drink before we take off. She sighed, then nodded her head.
Let me see what I can do.
Thanks. Thad watched as she made her way to the flight attendant station behind the cockpit and disappeared around the corner. She returned a moment later with a can of 7-Up and a plastic cup filled with ice and soda. She winked and handed it to him.
Don't let the appearance fool you. It's Grey Goose.
Thad took the cup and raised it to his lips, putting it down in one gulp. He shook as the cool liquid burned his throat.
Wow, you did need that, she chuckled, taking the empty cup away. My name is Francine. Let me know if I can get you anything else.
Will do. A woman 1 row up on the left side stared at him. She turned away when he spotted her. Thad spied one of his books in her hand. Among Us, he believed. It was hard to tell from the dust jacket. He recognized his photo staring back at him. Wonderful, he muttered. Turning, he found another woman sitting 3 rows back with another of his books in her hand. Behind her was a man in his mid-50s. He held one of his books, too. Unlike most, when their eyes met, he didn't turn away. Instead, he met Thad's gaze. "We're watching you, Thad," Christina had said. Is this what she meant? Am I being paranoid? Thad sunk low in his seat, his fingers clutching his briefcase so tight they had turned white. He thumbed the locks, rolling the dials to random numbers, not that anyone with a screwdriver and a little determination would be denied access for very long. Reaching up, he twisted the small air conditioner vent until he felt the trickle of recycled air streaming down his face. Thad closed his eyes and hoped this was nothing more than a very bad dream. The plane roared to life and began down the runway. Chapter 38, Day 2, 7:30 p.m. The scream was loud and echoed through the old house. At the kitchen sink, Rachel froze as the cry cut through the otherwise silent house, riding the still air until reaching her with a slap, causing her to drop the apple she had been rinsing under the warm water. The scream was followed by a mix of English and Spanish obscenities, each louder than the previous, nailed haphazardly together by the deep sobs which fell between them. It had come from upstairs. "Miss Perez?" Rachel called out. "Carmen?" If the woman had heard her, she was not inclined to answer. Only her cries drifted down from the second floor. "Where is Ashley?" Leaving the water running, Rachel raced to the staircase as fast as any woman in her 3rd trimester possibly could, the pains in her abdomen growing stronger with each step. The baby kicked as she reached the 2nd-floor landing. She rubbed her stomach, her touch reaching for the child within her, fingers soothing it until it stilled. She found Ms. Perez standing at Ashley's door, her hand over her mouth, her tear-filled eyes wide, her cries now nothing more than a faded whimper. "God, my baby, please let Ashley be safe." The housekeeper stepped aside as Rachel drew close, her eyes dropping to the floor.
"Miss Rachel, I have no idea how this has happened," she murmured. "I leave her alone for just a minute, only a minute."
Drawing a deep breath, Rachel looked into her daughter's room. The odor wrapped around her, choked her, and she almost fell back as her breakfast threatened to rise up her throat. Ashley stood at the center of the room, her clothing piled at her feet. Her eyes were glazed over, staring blindly at the ceiling. A muddled gurgle rose from her lips, increased to a growl, then fell silent. She repeated the noise seconds later, and again after that. The walls were covered in dirt, scrawled across the bright pink surface Rachel had painted last summer, when her daughter had insisted she was too big for the clown-covered wallpaper that had adorned her walls from birth. The vile substance had been spread with no rhyme or reason, except to cover every square inch.
"Dirty child,"
Ms. Perez snarled. Yet she wasn't, Rachel noted. Her daughter was perfectly clean. She stood in the dead center of this disgusting mess, yet down to her fingertips she was free of the foulness that surrounded her. Her daughter's shelves were bare, too. All the toys which had filled them as recently as an hour ago were stacked to the ceiling in the far left corner, a freestanding structure inches from the walls and nearly 8 feet in height. Her daughter couldn't have possibly done this.
"Mommy?"
Her voice seemed distant, and at first Rachel wasn't sure she had spoken at all. She watched in awe as her daughter lowered her head, meeting her gaze. She reached for her, and Ashley snapped to life, her eyes flooding with tears, in one instant shifting from a comatose state to one of fear as she stared in horror at her room.
"Come here, sweetie,"
Rachel said, her arms outstretched.
"It's all right."
The little girl came to her, her feet padding across the damp carpet until she found her mother's fold.
"I told him not to do it, Mommy, but he wouldn't listen. I told him over and over, but he wouldn't stop. He wouldn't."
"Who?"
"Zeke,"
her daughter whimpered between sobs.
"It was Zeke."
"Her make-believe friend did this," Ms. Perez frowned. "I am to believe this?" Rachel silenced the woman with her glare and stroked her daughter's long blonde hair. "Don't worry, honey. We'll clean this up. Why don't you run a nice warm bath, okay? I'll be there in a minute." Ashley nodded.
"I think he's still in my room, Mommy."
"Please, honey, go start a bath," Rachel told her. Her daughter stared up at her with her shame gathered behind her wide eyes, then turned and waddled to the bathroom. The sound of running water came a moment later. Buster poked his head out from his hiding spot behind the master bedroom door, gave Rachel and the housekeeper a quick glance, then trotted into the bathroom behind Ashley. Rachel sighed. "I know this goes way beyond your job description, Ms. Perez, but I don't think I can go into that room. The smell is making me nauseated, and with the baby so close, I can't go in there." The housekeeper swore under her breath in Spanish.
"I'll clean this time, but you must speak with your daughter. There is no excuse for this. Such a mess. And to blame a make-believe friend? The child must be punished for this, or she'll do it again," the woman said.
"I think with her father leaving town and me focused so much on this baby, she's feeling neglected. I'll talk to her later about it, when we've all had a little time to calm down," Rachel said. "I promise I will."
"Something is wrong with a child who can do this,"
Ms. Perez pointed out. "I'll talk to her." Behind them, the stack of books and toys tumbled to the ground with the rumble of a bomb, and both women jumped. The tower collapsed into the center of the room, sending toys sliding across the floor. Ms. Perez shook her head.
"I'll get the carpet cleaner from the garage."
"Thank you," Rachel said, her mind racing as she tried to figure out what could drive her daughter to do something like this. Chapter 39, 1692, The Journal of Clayton Stone. From the outside, the short home appeared eerily normal. The small structure sat quietly at the edge of town, with the thick forest at its back. Mercy had planted various flowers in the beds near the door and along the path that reached around the side of the home. The front door stood open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond its frame.
"Where is her husband?"
the magistrate asked of no one in particular. Carol Bender stood beside me, no longer able to speak. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed at the open doorway.
"Wait here,"
Constable Metcalf ordered.
"I will do no such thing,"
the magistrate replied, pushing his wife past and through the door. As he entered the small home, his gasp was audible even from where I stood. The constable followed quickly behind him. When I started toward them, Carol Bender reached out and took my arm.
"You don't want to."
She was right. I did not want to go inside. However, I felt a duty to do so. The magistrate felt this was related to the trial. As such, it was my obligation to document our findings just as he had asked. I carefully pulled away from Carol Bender's grip and slowly approached the door, fighting the knot growing within my chest. The smell hit me first. The thick scent of copper wormed through the air and landed upon me with bony fingers, sending a chill across my spine, which only grew worse as I stepped over the threshold. The constable and magistrate both stood at the back of the room, their wide eyes fixed on what could only be the bedroom in such a small structure, their skin pale and damp with sweat. Neither man spoke, only stared inside. Nothing could have readied me for what we found inside. Mercy's naked body was spread across the top of the crimson sheets, her eyes and mouth still open wide in a silent, fearful cry. Her chest had been cut open with haste, and her organs removed, then placed around her on the bed. Her heart in one hand, her liver in the other. I felt boil rise in my throat and forced it back by telling myself this was all just a terrible dream from which I would wake very soon. The magistrate pointed to the side of the bed. It was then that I saw her husband lying in a pool of blood. His hands were wrapped around a large knife embedded deep within his chest, a fatal wound, one which it appeared he had inflicted upon himself. "It ends," the constable murmured.
"What?"
the magistrate replied, his eyes locked on the scene before him. The constable pointed at the far wall, still lost beneath morning shadows. He pointed at the words scrawled on the wall in blood. "It ends." Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 40, Day 2, 8 p.m. Thad wasn't sure when he had dozed off, but when he woke, he found Christina sitting next to him. The plane was dark and quiet. The flight attendants had retired to their cramped quarters at the front. "What are you doing here?" Christina smiled up at him and brought a single finger to her lips. She had draped a blanket over the two of them while he slept. She had also lifted the small arm between their seats, her warm body now pressed up against him. Christina took his hand in hers, wrapping her fingers around his wrist. She placed his palm against her thigh and guided him until his fingers found the soft, moist hair between her legs. "Are you naked?" he asked. With her free hand, she slowly pulled down the blanket, revealing her bare breasts. Thad jerked it back up. Christina giggled. Glancing around, he realized they were alone. The flight attendants had pulled the curtains separating first class from the rest of the plane. The passengers were gone. Nobody else was in sight. "Where is everyone?" "Shh," she breathed. Reaching under the blanket, she found his belt and began to pull it free. Thad reached down and stopped her. "We're not doing this." Her dark eyes grew wide. "I think we are, Thad. I think you really want to." Thad felt his arms move to his sides, pinned against the seat. He tried to move them, but couldn't. They were held still by unseen hands. Somehow, she controlled them. Her hands returned to his belt. A moment later, she unsnapped his pants and pulled down the zipper. When she reached inside, he was unable to stop her. "You're so tense, Thad. You need to learn to relax," she teased. "Would you like me to help you relax, Thad?" He tried to respond, but found only silence as her fingers wrapped around him. "Haven't you ever wanted to do this, Thad? Share a private moment with someone special on a plane? I've often fantasized about it, but until now, I just couldn't work up the courage. Will you help me, Thad? Will you help me overcome my fear?" With her free hand, she pulled off the blanket and dropped it on the floor, exposing herself in the dim light of the cabin. She then ran a finger down her chest, over her breasts, to her thighs, moaning as her fingers briefly disappeared before continuing down her legs. Christina closed her eyes for a moment, then leaned against him, her warm breath drifting over his ear. "I want to fuck you. Right here, Thad. Right now." Sliding over to him, she pulled down his pants and slipped into his lap. Thad's arms wrapped around her, a will all their own. His arms wrapped around her and pulled her close, slipping down to the small of her back. When her lips found his again, he tried to fight, but his body wouldn't obey. His tongue pressed into her welcoming mouth. "Bring me my box, Thad. Bring me my box, and I'll reward you so."
"Sir?"
Thad looked to his left and found the flight attendant watching him, her hands on her hips. Christina was gone. The blanket was bunched around his waist, covering the briefcase still resting in his lap.
"We're going to be landing soon. Please fasten your seatbelt and place that beneath the seat in front of you."
Thad nodded, and she moved on to the next row. Christina's perfume filled the air. He could still taste her breath. On the seat beside him lay a small pile of dirt, much like the ones he had seen in his yard yesterday morning. It smelled dead, moist with rot. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his risperidone. Without hesitation, he took one more. Chapter 41, Day 2, 8:30 p.m. Rachel worked the shampoo through her daughter's thick blonde hair, careful not to get any in her eyes. Ashley hadn't spoken since they had found her in her room, and she was getting worried. She had tried calling Thad's cell again, but as expected, only reached his voicemail. She left a rather harsh message that she now regretted and tried to put it out of her mind.
"Honey, it's okay. I'm not mad at you."
Ashley continued to stare down at the water, her hands brushing across the top of the bubbles. Buster sat at the side of the bathtub, his tail thumping against the tile. He appeared to be worried about Ashley, too. Just beyond the door, Ms. Perez banged around the hallway, going out of her way to make as much noise as possible as she cleaned up the mess in Ashley's room.
"Ashley, baby, you need to talk to me," Rachel pleaded. She glanced up, but didn't make eye contact. Instead, she looked at the door, then returned her gaze to the bubbles. "I want Daddy to come home," she finally blurted out. Rachel sighed. "Me too, honey. He should be home soon." "He'd believe me. He'd know it was Zeke who messed up my room. He knows I wouldn't do that." Rachel frowned. "Let's not talk about that right now." "You don't believe me," Ashley sulked. "You don't think Zeke is real." Now it was Rachel's turn to fall silent. She wouldn't fall into her daughter's delusion. Having an imaginary friend was one thing, but it wasn't healthy to blame him for her own mistakes. "Zeke is very angry about something. He wants us to leave." Enough, Rachel thought. Behind her, Buster's tail thumped twice. Rachel reached for the handheld faucet and rinsed out her daughter's hair. "Do you want to sleep with me tonight?" "Can Buster sleep with us too?" Rachel forced a smile. "Sure. Buster can stay with us too. We'll have one big sleepover." "Maybe Zeke will stay out if we're all there," Ashley hoped. "We can only hope," Rachel agreed. "Are you ready to rinse?" Ashley nodded, stood up, and pressed her eyes shut tight. With the handheld faucet, Rachel rinsed away the bubbles and soap. She then lifted Ashley from the tub, wrapped her in a large bath towel, and dried her off. "Do you want some hot chocolate before bed?" Ashley smiled for the first time in hours. "Yeah!" Rachel grinned. "Okay. I set some clothes out on my bed for you. Go get dressed, and I'll meet you down in the kitchen. I just want to clean this up." Ashley rushed out of the bathroom with Buster chasing behind her, while Rachel released the tub drain and mopped up the water from the floor. She was exhausted. Sleep had been eluding her, and tonight's little episode would only add to the problem. If not for the baby, she would take a sleeping pill or two, something to knock her out. Down the hall, Ms. Perez started the carpet shampooer. She felt bad about asking her to clean up her daughter's mess, but she didn't really have a choice. In her condition, she wasn't able. She couldn't expect her daughter to scrub that mess off the walls. How had she gotten the dirt so high? If Thad were home. But he's not home, is he? Who knows when he'll be home again? Chapter 42, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone. Very few spent time with her, that is to say, with the exception of William Hobbs. A husband he was not, perhaps a close friend at best, one of the few she allowed inside her small home, one of the few with insight into her life. By association, many considered him to be a witch, although little evidence exists, certainly not enough for a trial, most definitely not a conviction. Those who know him speak of a quiet man, an outcast. Those who do not know him fear him, if for no reason other than his association with her. William Hobbs entered the church cautiously, scanning the faces of the gallery. Most turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. The magistrate guided him to the pulpit and allowed him time to seat himself before beginning the morning's questioning.
"Please state your name for the record," he ordered.
"William David Hobbs," he replied in a deep, raspy voice, one that belonged to a much older man.
"Do you fear testifying today, here, in this house of the Lord?"
Hobbs shook his head. "I can speak in the presence of God safely,
as I must look to give account another day," he declared, "that I am clear as a newborn babe."
"Have you never hurt these?"
inquired Tauber, indicating those in attendance. They winced at Hobbs's every glance.
"The children claim to have seen your spirit moving throughout the town on many occasions, at the home of Mercy Lewis, Mercy Short, Mary Walcott. How can you explain this?"
"It is nothing more than the imagination of a child."
"This is not a skill taught to you by her?"
He shook his head.
"I have no such skill. I have hurt none of them. I will deny it to my dying day," he insisted.
"You have not attended services in some time. What of that?"
"I have been ill."
"Yet you and your spirit have been seen around town," Tauber pointed out. "You have been seen with her."
"Her roof was in need of repairs. She paid me for my services, nothing more," he told them.
Whispers washed across the crowd. Tauber cleared his throat.
"Did she make you sign her book?"
"I know of no such book."
Tauber scoffed at him in disbelief, but he left the subject unanswered.
"What can you tell us about her sisters and her mother?"
Hobbs returned a puzzled gaze.
"I have never met a sister, nor her mother. I know nothing of her family."
"What of her name? Do you know her true name?"
"I do not."
"So you are nothing to her? Just a roofer? A handyman at best?"
Hobbs paused for a moment, taking in his words.
"Yes,"
he finally said.
"Nothing more."
His lie was clear even to my untrained ear, but Tauber didn't press him further. He dismissed the man with the knowledge that he was being watched, that he could be called back at any time. I couldn't help but wonder if this man was intimate with her. I understood his reluctance to speak of this, for I hadn't told anyone of her visit to me the previous night. I held no plans to ever speak of this. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Chapter 43, Day 2, 9:30 p.m. Dell glanced down at the directions he had printed from MapQuest, slowing his car as he neared the intersection.
"Bridle Way Road. Bingo!"
he said aloud, turning right. The rain had slowed to a steady drizzle as night crept across the sky. He dropped the printout on the passenger seat and began scanning the house numbers for 5375. When he found it, he drove past about 100 feet, then pulled the van to the side of the road and placed it in park. He killed the engine and surveyed his surroundings. The tree-lined road represented picture-perfect America, the type of place Dell avoided at all costs. He may have sold his goods to this demographic, but he never had a need to live among them. He would make this fast. Scooping up a brown paper sack from the floor and a pair of scissors from the passenger seat, Dell stepped from the car into the evening air. The thin rain found him, and goosebumps crawled over his arms. He started down the road at a brisk pace, heading back in the direction he had come. 5375 was a large two-story English Tudor-style home, probably built in the late 20s, early 30s. The dwelling was set back from the road about 50 feet and surrounded by a tall stone wall topped with wrought iron spikes pointing at the heavens. A cobblestone driveway began at the gate and wove through large oaks to the front of the house. There was a large metal box, presumably an intercom, as well as a camera mounted atop the gate, glaring down the drive. None of this concerned Dell, though. He had spotted the bougainvillea bushes flanking the driveway at the gate, only a few feet from the road. He approached them with caution, monitoring the road for the prying eyes of strangers. It wasn't every day an overweight man in a black trench coat wandered their streets during a rainstorm. A conscientious neighbor may consider him a threat and call in the cavalry, while others may spy from their windows, curious to see what would develop from such an intrusion into their private little world. As he stepped off the road, the muddied earth sank beneath his feet. Not quite the work his $900 shoes were made for, he thought. Jumping a small drainage ditch, Dell found himself facing one of the tall bushes. His breath caught in his throat as he realized how beautiful they were. The plant's long, thin branches seemed to twist and turn together as if caught in a timeless waltz, dressed in the most elaborate of violet blooms, glistening as the rain dripped over them and fell at their feet, creating a shimmering dance floor on the ground below, one which reflected back the thick purple mass with a hint of jealousy, knowing it would never know its touch. It's just a plant. They hold power. The book had told him so. She had told him so. While the long, sharp thorns would have frightened away most, Dell was drawn to them. Like the teeth of a vampire, they drew the blood of the unsuspecting, providing the nourishment this beautiful flower required to survive. They also protected the branches against those who wished harm. The perfect plant. Gorgeous. Dell reached for the bougainvillea with trembling hands. He only needed one branch, 2 at the most. The blades of the scissors crunched down on the first branch with a hungry jaw, severing it from the rest, sending the piece falling toward the ground. Dell caught the sapling mid-air, grimacing as the thorns dug into his palm, as the plant fed on the drawn blood. Hurriedly, he dropped the branch into the paper sack, then cut another, then finally cut a third in case the first 2 proved insufficient. He traced his footsteps back across the ditch to the road and shuffled back to the car. Once inside, he placed the bougainvillea samples on the passenger seat and wrapped his injured hand in a handkerchief before starting the car and heading back toward the city. Behind him, the moon began its slow journey across the night sky. Chapter 44. Day 2, 11:30 p.m. Thunder crashed wildly, stirring the dark clouds swirling ominously above the McAllister home, dropping a thick veil of rain on the remains of their lawn, now nothing more than a muddied furrow, brown and dead. Carver knelt, ran his hand through the soil, and smelled. Settled like a fine wine, he crooned. The frigid rain drifted across his skin and quickly soaked him. Carver didn't care, though. He welcomed the rain. His eyes never left the house, nor did he disregard the varied movements just beyond the curtained windows. He was very much aware of his surroundings, particularly the actions of the McAllister family. "You're never that far from my thoughts, Mrs. McAllister. Don't you worry your little head about that. No, ma'am." The muffled moon provided little light, but it was enough. Carver reached into his leather bag and pulled out a small canvas sack. Carefully, he placed the bag on the ground at his feet and closed his eyes. "Be ye far from us, O ye profane, for we are about to invoke the descent of the power of her. Enter her temple with clean hands and mind, lest we serve the source of life. Learn now the secret of the web that is woven between the light and the darkness, whose warp is life evolving in time and space,
whose weft is spun of the lives born upon this earth. Behold her sanctuary, arise with the dawn from the grey and the mist and the dusk. Behold life, arise for her. Thunder bellowed through the night, defiant and angry. Evocatio spiritualis de septendicem Valkyries mortiferis. The wind and rain grew with an unnatural anticipation, swirling around him in a mist of life, lapping at his old bones, craving the contents of the bag. Removing the twine twisted at the top of the sack, Carver held it over his head and tilted the mouth toward the McAllisters' home. The black seeds were whisked away, thrown across the yard by the gentle hands of the livid wind, scattered within the rotten dirt. Carver held the bag high until there were no more, then crumbled the empty sack in his pocket. With a tip of his hat, he bid farewell to the McAllisters and made his way back to the truck which he had parked down the road, taking a moment to inspect the large tree that had fallen in the center of the yard. "Sleep, my child," he breathed, stroking its bark. "All will be well soon."
Chapter 45, 1692. The Journal of Clayton Stone.
I woke in the forest. On the lives of my family, I have no idea how I ventured to this place. My last memory was of lying in my bed, overcome by sleep. Then I was here, standing among the brush and trees in the black of night, wearing nothing more than my night clothes, my bare feet sinking in the damp earth. The moon drifted across the sky, and soon my eyes adjusted to the dim light. When I spotted the small cabin centered in a clearing to the north, I knew exactly where I was, and I knew she had brought me here. These grounds had been forbidden by the magistrate the moment she was arrested. I was breaking the law just by being here. How I arrived would be of no concern to anyone. I knew at that moment I should have returned to my home, but I did not. Instead, I found myself drawn closer to the small cabin, toward a flickering candle in its single window. The door opened just moments before I reached for the handle, creaking inward like the mouth of a beast welcoming its prey. Although I should, I felt no fear as I stepped inside, not even when it closed behind me. I simply held still and waited for my eyes to adjust to the glow cast by that single candle. When a hand found mine, I knew it was her. How she could be here, I did not know. She led me inside, toward the glowing embers of a fire that had died some time earlier, and gestured for me to sit at its hearth.
"I knew you would come,"
she said, finding a seat at my side.
"You are a good man. You can see how my family has been wronged."
"I have not come of my own free will," I told her, "but you know that already."
"I cannot make you do anything you do not wish to do. Your heart led you here, not I."
I turned to her for the first time, ready to argue this point further, but when I saw the sadness in her face, I could not bring myself to hurt her.
"Please tell me I am not wrong about you."
"If you are not a witch, how do you explain this? You are locked in a cell beneath the church, yet you are here, too. How is that possible?" Because I can do such things, does it make me evil? She asked. Does it make me deserving of death? Witchcraft in all forms is against God's law. For generations we have cared for the sick. Your own father came to us when you fell ill as a child, and again when your mother suffered the red fever. Stop! We have never harmed anyone. There are many dead, 2 this week alone. Not by my hand, she countered. Then who? There are those who wish us dead. At such cost? Yes. Who would be willing to do such a thing? The very same in which you place your trust. The magistrate, Tauber. They are men of God. To speak such an accusation is blasphemy. Let me open your eyes so you may see them for what they really are. I can show you the truth. More witchcraft. Her hand reached out and gripped mine, her fingers entwining with mine before I could pull away. My vision filled with light, then quickly went black. An energy the likes of which I cannot describe flowed through my every fibre, chilling my bones as if I'd fallen in an icy lake. Then I heard her voice. I heard her weeping softly as my sight returned. I was in the cell beneath the church, and she was in the far corner, cowering on the floor, her eyes filled with tears. "Please, don't," I heard her shout. How could this be? How was I here? I have done nothing wrong.
Silence yourself before I do it for you,
a male voice shouted back, Tauber's voice. It was then that I saw him, standing just inside the cell. Another man I did not recognize guarded the door from the other side. Tauber held a large knife. Neither man could see me. I was just a voyeur intruding upon this moment. If she could see me, she gave no sign. She remained in the corner, shivering with fear.
"Stand,"
Tauber commanded. A moment passed before she complied. I felt her fear as it mingled with my own, watching her stand, her arms wrapped around her chest in defense. "Please don't," she pleaded. Tauber sneered back at her.
"There are many tests to expose witchcraft. Unfortunately, the most effective can also be quite painful. I take no pleasure in what I am about to do, but I think you agree that it must be done, for your own safety, as well as that of every person in this village. Sometimes we must all suffer for the greater good. Don't you agree?" A tear streamed down her cheek. I wanted to go to her, stand between them, even disarm Tauber if I could, but I knew such action simply wasn't possible. I was no more in their moment than they were in mine. He stepped closer to her, candlelight glistening on the blade. "Turn around." She shook her head and backed further into the corner until she could go no more. "Turn around!" With a soft whimper, she did as she was told. Her eyes were lost to the shadows, but I knew they were filled with tears, with fear. Surely as a witch she could harm him, make him stop. But she did no such thing. "Now remove your garments," Tauber breathed. Behind him, the other man finally spoke. "Sir, our instructions were clear. There is no need." "Our instructions were to find the mark. How do you suppose we do that while she is fully clothed?"
But to force her to—
You may leave any time you wish. I do not need your help here. Frankly, I should have known I could not depend on you.
The other man fell silent and returned to the door. He knew better than to cross Tauber. Tauber turned back to the girl and pressed the edge of the knife to the back of her neck.
I will not ask again.
She flinched. I won't, she finally murmured. Tauber twisted his fingers into the cloth of her dress and pulled it apart, snapping the buttons and tearing the thin material. She tried to catch it as it fell, but Tauber slapped her hands away.
Don't.
It fell at her feet, and she remained still. Tauber ran the knife down her arm, the pressure just enough to leave a mark without drawing blood.
Well, Tobias, do you see anything? Tauber said, his voice low but unwavering.
There is nothing to find, she countered.
Tauber raised his hand and slapped the side of her head. Not a word from you. I asked you a question, Tobias. What do you see? Tauber pushed.
Tobias took a step forward, clearly uncomfortable. His eyes combed over every inch of her. She shied away, looking to the floor. There, on her leg, he finally said, pointing at her right thigh. There is some kind of mark. Tauber took a step back, eyed her cautiously, then knelt on the filthy ground. At first he didn't see it in the dim light. Then a thin smile crossed his lips.
My good Lord, he breathed. How is this even possible if you are not a witch?
Her hands moved to cover it, but he was quick with the knife, leaving a 1-inch cut in her palm. She cried out, then cradled her injured hand in her other. It is nothing but a birthmark, she told him in a thin voice.
It is the mark of the devil himself.
No more than 2 inches tall, he traced the mark with the tip of the knife. He had never seen such a thing. It was an upside-down cross, perfectly symmetrical, with exquisite detail, as if drawn by the finest of artists. Tobias had backed away. He now stood against the door, his face pale in the dim light.
Perhaps we can exorcise the devil from this child simply by removing his mark,
Tauber said under his breath. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife deep into her thigh. She let out the most agonizing of screams. I pulled my hand away from her and found myself standing in the cabin. She had fallen to the floor at my side, her pale skin covered in perspiration. How did you— My voice trailed off as I fought the urge to pass out. I felt drained of all energy, my legs weak. I couldn't help but sit on the floor beside her. She buried her head in my shoulder and began to cry. I couldn't bear to show you more. What they did to me. The other ways in which they hurt me. You have to help me. Nobody else will. I remained still, able to do nothing but hold her in my arms. Thad McAllister, Rise of the Witch. Day 3. Chapter 46. Day 3, 3:10 a.m. Rachel woke suddenly to the sound of thunder crashing outside her bedroom window. If there had been lightning, she hadn't seen it. She had been dreaming but didn't remember about what. Her mind was cluttered with cobwebs, muddled with thoughts of worry. Beside her, Ashley slept,
lost in a motionless slumber. A sickly sweet scent drifted across the room, and she knew they weren't alone. The old woman was close. Her warm, stagnant breath crept through the air, betraying her presence. Rachel tried to sit up, but found that she was unable to move, held still by unseen hands. "I know you're here," she said, her voice far quieter than she would have wished. From the corner of the room came the slight shuffle of feet on the wooden floor. Rachel heard the soft click of the old woman's fingernails as she tried to hold them still, but simply could not. Rachel wanted to turn her head, but motion betrayed her. She remained still as the old woman's breath grew warmer, nearer.
"You're almost out of time, Rachel,"
she hissed, her voice like a serpent nearing its prey. The steady sound of those nails drifted closer, her feet shuffling across the floor. Rachel closed her eyes and began to count, a feeble attempt at distraction.
"It's mine,"
the old woman shrilled. Rachel opened her eyes to find the old woman bending over her, her decrepit mouth only inches from her own. As she spoke, hot saliva dropped from her jaw and landed on Rachel's cheek, burning her. The old woman grinned. Her rotten teeth were filled with gaping holes and filed to sharp points. She reached down and pulled away the covers. Rachel wore only a thin nightgown and panties. She shivered against the cold night air. The old woman looked down upon her with a yellow, toothy smile. Her warm, rancid breath licked at her. "Stop," Rachel breathed. The old woman reached for her, brushing her long, sharp fingernails across her swollen belly.
"I will take the child if I have to cut the unborn vessel out of you, my sweet Rachel. It's mine. The baby has always been mine. Why don't you understand that?"
Her sharp nails sliced the thin fabric of the nightgown with little effort, cutting from waist to neck. Rachel cringed as she passed over her breasts, the nails tearing at her skin. Her gown fell to the floor from her field of vision.
"This could so easily be your skin and muscle peeling away, layer by layer."
Her panties went next, gone with just 2 swift cuts. Rachel lay beneath her, trembling with cold, with fear, as the woman pressed her nails into her.
"I could kill you right now if I wanted to. You do know that, don't you? You understand, my Rachel?"
Rachel tried to nod, but could not. She couldn't move at all. The old woman's clothing was nothing but rags, and they brushed against her skin as she leaned into her.
"One day, my sweet Rachel,"
she hissed in a dark rasp,
"if I can't have this one, I will surely take the other,"
she said, glancing at Ashley as she slept.
"She is nearly as tender as the babe."
Rachel felt the nails drive deep within her belly, but couldn't scream. She couldn't make a sound at all. She was only able to stare in silence as the old woman raised a bloodied hand to her lips and licked the crimson liquid from her fingertips, a garbled laugh climbing in her throat. When Rachel woke for the second time, the old woman was gone. Perhaps a dream. Perhaps something else. She ran her hands over her belly, only to discover she had not been harmed. She found no sign of the cuts, which had seemed so real only moments earlier. Turning to her side, she discovered Ashley was gone. "Ashley!" she shouted, her voice much louder than she expected.
"What, Mommy?"
Her daughter was standing at the bathroom door, a glass of water in her tiny hands. Relief washed over her, and she reached out to her. "Come back to bed, sweetie." Ashley remained still, though, her face growing pale. "What is it?"
"The sheets.
Her little voice trembled.
They're all bloody. Mommy, are you hurt?"
Rachel looked down at the sheets. Her daughter was right. For the first time since waking, she also realized she was naked. Her clothing had been cut away. She had missed the tiny hand which reached out from under the bed and grabbed the remains of her nightgown from the tattered pile on the floor. Not Ashley, though. She dropped the glass of water and let out the loudest of screams. Chapter 47. Day 3, 3:30 a.m.
"Mommy, under the bed!"
Ashley shrieked.
"It's under the bed!"
Buster saw, too. He raced in from the hallway and slid across the floor, burying his nose under the bed frame.
"Buster, no!"
Ashley chased after him.
"It's gonna bite you again!"
Rachel pulled her legs back up on the mattress and wrapped the bloody quilt around her. "Miss Perez!" she shouted. "Ashley, get away from there!" Ashley tugged on Buster's collar, but he wouldn't come out. He scampered deeper under the bed.
"Buster, no! Out!"
His tail thumped against the hardwood floor, and his torso twitched as a low growl rumbled from his throat, followed by an angry bark. He scurried deeper. Rachel reached across the nightstand and turned on the lights. Beneath her, a scuffle ensued, a tiny patter of little feet, followed by Buster squirming behind them, all heading toward the wall. Buster growled, then slammed into the bed frame. Rachel heard an ungodly squeal as the dog sunk his teeth into his prey. Then silence. A moment later, Buster began gagging and backed out from under the bed, a brown, oily foam dripping from his mouth. He backed up so fast he ran into the dresser on the other side of the room. Ignoring the pain, he shook his head wildly, expelling the foam in all directions as he whimpered.
"Mommy, it hurt Buster!"
Ashley cried. Buster backed into the corner and spat the foam from his mouth. The brown liquid hit the floor and began to steam, dissolving into the air. He wiped at his snout with his paws, eyes pinched shut. "Miss Perez!" Rachel shouted again as she reached for her robe and rolled off the bed, avoiding the blood-stained sheets. When Ms. Perez rushed through the door, Buster took one glance before darting out of the room and down the stairs, no doubt heading for his water dish. "Oh, my!" Ms. Perez exclaimed, noticing the bloody sheets. "The baby?" She went to Rachel and placed her hands on her belly. Rachel stroked her arm. "It's not the baby. The baby is fine," she reassured her, although not entirely sure herself. She wasn't in pain, though, and after a quick examination, the source of the blood eluded her. In Rachel's dream, the old woman had pierced her belly with those knife-like nails, but she found no wounds. Rachel told Perez what had happened. A sour scent filled the room, and they both knew it came from whatever Buster had attacked under the bed. They had to move it. "Ashley, go downstairs and check on your dog. Make sure he has plenty of water," Rachel told her.
"But I want to see,"
her daughter pouted. "Please, baby, I don't want to argue right now," she said. "Please go check on Buster." Ashley opened her mouth, ready to argue, then changed her mind. With an exasperated sigh, she went out the door after the dog. Rachel reached for the corner of the bed, but Ms. Perez hesitated.
"What if it is still alive?"
she asked. She was right. They didn't know how badly Buster had hurt the creature. It might be cowering under the bed, injured and angry. Rachel went to the closet and pulled a 9-iron from Thad's golf bag and dropped it on the mattress. She then grabbed the corner of the bed frame.
"Okay, pull on 3. Ready?"
Ms. Perez nodded and wrapped her fingers tightly around the nearest bedpost. At 3, both women pulled, and the bed scraped across the floor, away from the wall. The stench grew stronger, coming from behind. Vomit crept up Rachel's throat. She forced it back and reached for the golf club. Circling the bed, the 2 women peered into the shadows behind it. Both noticed the hole in the wall at the same time.
"It's like the others,"
Rachel pointed out. Ms. Perez crinkled her nose, pointing towards something on the floor. At first, Rachel thought it was a doll, maybe one of her daughters. The dark, empty eyes staring back at her weren't those of a doll, though. They were unlike anything she had ever come across. Not a doll, nor a rat. Something else. Both women knelt closer. No more than a foot tall, with 2 legs, 1 remaining arm, and a small head, a creature stared back at them from behind dead eyes. Eyes that were large and out of proportion with its head. Its ears were pointy, much like those of a mouse. Its face didn't resemble a rodent at all. The face looked human. Tiny pointed teeth protruded from an oversized mouth. Its hairless chest, arm, and legs were made up of thick, well-defined muscles, its skin a glossy black. A tail appeared to be poking out from behind its back.
"What is it?"
she gasped. Ms. Perez must have felt a similar connection to the spiritual world, for she crossed herself before saying something in Spanish. It sounded like,
"El diablo,"
the devil. Small trails of smoke rose from the creature's tiny form, like thin little ribbons, a foul scent spreading through the air. With the tip of the golf club, Rachel rolled the creature over, exposing its back. When she saw worms wiggling within a long gash, she couldn't hold back the vomit any longer. She turned her head and coughed up at her side. Ms. Perez gasped as the worms tried to escape, but were engulfed by the smoke rising from the creature as if attacked by the air itself. The smoke intensified, crackling and popping, sizzling before coming to an abrupt end. The creature was gone. Only a small brown pile remained. Nothing more than a pile of dirt.